first, let the room stay still. Friday night, let the truth talk real. Sons of thunder in the air that way. Not for sure, this Lord is faith. I learned the hard way, a crown never fit a man right. That's why I wear truth loose and let the Most High shine bright. See the block taught hunger, but the words taught aim. How to survive the smoke and still protect your name. A lot of men want power, but they really want praise. That's a dangerous drug in a room full of pain. Me, I'd rather walk calm with the fire tucked in, like a psalm in a black coat, winter on my skin. Friday night class, feel the pressure get still, like the whole room know when the bars get real. Brothers came in with the week on their back. Now the law hit clean and it's straight in at your overall. Let the room lock in. Sons of thunder. Let the class begin. I'm not impressed by a man if the shine need witnesses. A weak soul love mirrors, a strong one build discipline. That's why the lines hit low, but they stay in your ribs. Like truth don't yell much when they know what it is. And the Most High all through it, not dropped it for fashion. Not a token little mention, but the root of the action. What's a smooth beat worth if the source ain't there? Just a clean dark room full of expensive air. Sons of thunder, that sound got weight in it. Not hype for the crowd, got real life faith in it. That's men trying to grow with the word in their chest, truly trying to lead and correct what's left. Turn up the flesh, I get the glory. Truth in the room, I tell that story. I wanna beat that sound like midnight on clean rims. Soul sample, low drums, knocking like deep sins. Piano lean left, bassline talk slick. Something that feel like the truth in the black whip. It's for the brothers still fighting the smoke in their lungs. Still praying for peace while they carrying sons. Still trying to be better than the week they had. Still trying to stand tall when the pressure go bad. So don't make this big just to sound important. Make it feel lived and polished. Like y'all in the room in the city outside. Like wisdom got dressed and decided to ride. Yeah, first. Truth next. Sons of thunder. That's respect.
Shalom. Open your Bible. Not feelings. Not tradition. Precept upon precept. Line upon line. Bar for bar. You quoting opinions, I'm quoting the word. Isaiah 28, did you read what you heard? Precept upon precept, line upon line. If it ain't in the book, then it ain't divine. 2 Timothy say, rightly divide. So why you twisting scriptures to fit your pride? We ain't here to argue emotional fame. We here for the covenant law in the name. Deuteronomy 28 still apply. Tell me who fit the curses, don't lie. Scattered abroad, but we waking up now. Nation of kings, we remembering how. Not church, all the Torah precision. Give me the verse, not your television. If it not written, I'm cutting it off. Revelation 22, don't have to take off. Bar for bar, bring your scripture out of it. Ain't in the word what you talking about. Bar for bar, chapter and verse. Truth don't bend and it don't rehearse. Bar for bar. Precept, precept. Law in my heart, we don't neglect. Bar for bar, seven flame. All praise to Yah in his holy name. Precept, precept. Law in my heart, we don't neglect. Bar for bar, seven flame. All praise to Yah in his holy name. You say the Lord done passed away. Matthew 5, what did he say? Not one jot nor tittle fall till heaven and earth that covers it all. You screaming grace but ignoring commands. James 2 tell you faith need hands. We ain't saved by works alone, but faith without works is a lifeless tone. Peter said judgment first in the house, so we correcting the nation now. Iron sharpening iron with heat. Proverbs 27 make it complete. We not debating for cloud of views. We here for the sheep that's needing the truth. Ezekiel 3, blood on your head if I don't want you what y'all said. Bring the scripture. Chapter.
If it's true, it stands. If it's not, it falls.
Bar Open the scroll, truth hit deep when it pierces the soul. Stand and contend, Jew on 3, fight to the end. Open the scroll, truth hit deep when it pierces the soul. Stand and contend, Jew on 3, fight to the end.
Hey, shalom, shalom, shalom. Yasha Allah, Shah Shabbat. The water for tuning in to another episode of the Bar4Bar. You see the title, Marriage and Intimacy and Adult Discussion. Right, I got my brothers with me, right? Captain Aharon, Captain Nakawa Shah, Captain Kwabza Allah, Officer Shah Allah, and we got Soldier Danya Allah in the building. This is going to be an interesting class. Definitely adults only, as it says. This is an adult discussion, so you got to be ready to have the adult conversation. This is a part of adulting, right? Right, and making marriages better, making the union more powerful, and as the scriptures say, making marriage honorable again. That's what we have to do in the Black, Latino, and Native American culture. We have to push to make marriage honorable again. Grown folk, like my Ottawa said, grown folk convo. So this is the convo where you go get your spouse, you watching this class, y'all get your mimosas, right? And y'all, we're gonna sit down and we're gonna have this conversation to spark the conversation, because the marriage is only as strong as the communication. Brothers got background noise, brothers flipping pages. I'm gonna say that again. The marriage is only as strong as the communication. So if the communication is weak, guess what? The bond is not going to be as strong. But if the communication is strong and the understanding and the respect is mutual, guess what? That allows the marriage to flourish. But the point is getting back to the marriage. That's the point, right? The point is getting back to the marriage and understanding how intimacy, the love, right? The passion, the desire of the marriage all flows together. The communication, as the scripture said, Abraham and Sarah were sporting together, right? Doing the things you were doing in the beginning that got you your spouse, continuing to do those things. Because you get 5 years in, you get 10 years in. What do they call it? What they got different? They got the silver marriage, the golden marriage, right? What is that? The 25 and 50 years you get. The further you get down, you stop doing the things that got you your spouse, right? That got you to that point. So we want to keep these marriages alive. We want to keep them fruitful, and we want to decrease the divorce rate, right? Because to build, let me pull this up, right? To have the community purpose. Where's that at? To have the foundation of a nation, right? To have this, you need marriage, because you need families. You see Passover video, you see a lot of babies running around. That's the future of this thing. This is what you need. But you need the marriages to continue to flourish, to continue to grow, to continue to be fruitful in the Lord. So we're going to start with that for our first scripture. Let's get Hebrews 13:4, and then I'll let some of the brothers get in there. Hebrews 13:4.
This is the book of Hebrews, chapter 13, beginning at verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
Marriage is honorable in all.
Read it again.
Marriage is honorable in all.
The Bible says marriage is honorable in all things. Marriage is honorable. Right, read on.
And the bed undefiled.
In the bed undefiled. Come on.
But whoremongers and adulterers God will judge.
And that's what we need to stop.
That's right.
Let's just blanket that term. The fornicators. Aharon, you got a little background noise. The fornicators, right? The fornicators will be destroyed. So we have to discuss this first. Before we get into the marriage, we have to tear the idea of fornication down. The lust that men and women both have.
Mm-hmm.
right? That men and women, because we all come from different walks of life. Your experience is different. Some people started having sexual desires at 14 and entered into that lifestyle, men and women. Some people started at 12, some people started at 20, right? So the experience for each person is different. So what both the woman and the man go through is a different challenge. But guess what? It all stems from lust. We just do it in different ways. This class, we're going to be honest. We're going to open up about things. When I say we do it in different ways, young men, you revert to pornography. You were introduced to that at a young age. I remember, for me, it was in middle school. Think about my mind in middle school. They're going around showing naked girls on phones. Look at this, find this website, find this. Think about that. Think about, as the youth, your uncles, right? And your cousins coming up to you and saying, where's your girlfriend? You 8 years old. You're 9 years old. You're 10 years old. Right? Think about that. Now that's what you're seeking after. Then you're listening to the music, and that's all you hear in the music. How you need to get a girl, how you need to do this, how you need not just one, you need 2, 3, 4, 5. You need one for every day of the week. You need one that cooks. You need one that cleans. This is what they push in the music. And then for the women, you still a virgin, girl? You haven't done the nasty yet, girl? Girl, your man ain't pleasuring you. Let me show you this toy that could do it for you. Yeah. Some people live alternative lifestyles, some lesbian or whatever the case. You kind of revert back to that. In your marriage, you're having thoughts about that in your marriage. In your marriage, young man or even older man, you're having thoughts about going back to who you used to be. Want to revert back to that old man that could have a different girl every day of the week. But this class is here to allow us as married couples and individuals and those that's on the verge of that or inspired to have that, is to be able to have those hard conversations, right? Because what we're going to discuss is not easy conversations when you talk about intimacy and not being satisfied, or one person is doing their job and the other one you feel like it's not. When one individual has changed, when one individual is having thoughts about stepping out, when one individual is reverting to sexual toys or pleasure, these things happen. And these are the real conversations that need to be had for the stability of the relationship to continue to go upward. And then so we can then prevent the mistakes that happen. Because the problem is we won't discuss it, you won't communicate with it, and you'll go and make that mistake. And now look at what you've done. You put your marriage into shambles. You've broke it into pieces, and now you have to play Bob the Builder and fix it. Mm-hmm. Or you got to play Tiffany the Builder, the sewer, and fix your marriage because you've made this mistake. So we're going to try to get to the root of the problem. We got a lot of videos. We definitely got a lot of scriptures. We also, if brothers and sisters are interested and you want to discuss in general, it's going to be an in general conversation, right? He said, unfortunately, I was exposed at 5 years old. That's another conversation. Yep. Right? We talk about, the women experience, with, whatever they've been through, abused, I would say, but we usually forget the men that was abused. Yeah. Not to downplay either, but both of those things are unfortunate things that can shape the mind as a child. So now you don't even know why your sexual drive is either so high or so low, or you can't find it. So all these conversations we're going to try to get into, but what I was getting at is we're going to open up the conference call. I'm going to let the conference call roll at the bottom. At the end, if you need counsel on what we're talking about, we're not going to be debating you about who can be saved. We're not going to be talking about the Trinity. All right, this is what the class title: Marriage and Intimacy, an Adult Conversation. We'll have the conference call scrolling the number at the bottom. You will be completely anonymous, right? You will be completely anonymous, but the chat and the YouTube will be able to hear you, right? But you will be completely anonymous. We don't want you to say your name. We don't want you to say your spouse's name, and we don't want you to say I'm going through this or you're doing this. No, right? We want to just try to stay in general, right? Before I yield it to the brothers, don't forget one quick announcement. First fruit, right? First fruit Pentecost, May 30th, right? I think that's on Saturday. That's on Saturday. Right, so we will be having that. I think we have the feast day location locked in. So if you want to attend that next week, May 30th at evening, send an email to SOT or Sons of Thunder Israelites at gmail.com to RSVP that. The conference number is strolling at the bottom, right? That's the access code. Just put your phone on mute. You can listen on your phone and on the call until we get to the conference call, right? Brothers, got anything else before we play the first video? Somebody on the horn. Okay. Go ahead. Our brothers got anything else?
It's Salakia. Oh, go ahead, Charlotte.
No, I just want to. I think the moment had passed. I was gonna just kind of touch on. I don't want to mention how it was made normal for us to be expected to have already had sex at a very young age, and we were kind of ostracized if we hadn't. And something that I've noticed with my children is that the walk of these girls is different. I'm not gonna get too vulgar into that, I don't want to get too carnal, but the women, these little girls, their walk is different. There's no innocence about it. It's no enjoying my childhood. These little girls are walking like grown women, and then it makes you wonder a lot about what's being allowed in their homes. And I speak to my children a lot. We have a lot of sit down questions about the things they've seen and questions they have, and you'd be surprised about what these women, what these little girls are talking about in school. It's disheartening, man. It's unfortunate. That's all I want to add.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that's why we got to have these conversations, because let's be honest, not all of our parents had that conversation with us. Like how to control lust, how to keep your virginity as a young man or as a young woman. We were probably, as the man, you were kind of pushed out there to have a girlfriend. And then most women, you probably were taught at home not to be a jump off or whatever you want to call it. But for the most part, the deep conversations about how to control those emotions when they arise, that's a real conversation. That's why you'll have young men from 14 to 25, and they're addicted to pornography because they need a man to sit them down and have a conversation about how to control these emotions that you're feeling and what's sparking that. Go ahead, Aaron.
And sometimes the conversation is had too late.
Yeah.
And it's had too late when a parent or a guardian notices, some things or some differences in their child, whether they're dressing provocatively, whether their attention is diverted from their original interest to now the opposite gender, and now they're chasing. I mean, a little bit, it's normal to, have a crush on somebody, but you start to notice changes, and by then it's honestly too late. So I implore all of you who are parents, have conversations with your child. Focus on building a relationship with your child, especially if you have daughters. I get as fathers a lot of times we want to be stern and say, oh, you better not this, you better not that. But sometimes that can result in your daughter not feeling like she can come talk to you about those things when you're the person that she needs to talk to the most.
That's right.
And you got to make sure that there's a pathway to where you and your child can not only have difficult conversations, but they're getting love from you. They're getting fulfilled from you, and they feel that someone loves them and values them from you. Because a lot of times how we end up in this situation is not even, the intent is not even sexual. It's just seeking a connection. It's seeking emotional validation. You know, and some of that can be an overspill from what we don't have as parents, or what we're not given as parents. So just don't be trying to play catch up. Be very, very intentional and proactive with having an open line of communication with your child.
That's right. Excellent point.
Oh,
Coach, you had a point?
Kind of one. I want to. Can you put up Quabza All's statement that he put in the chat? Captain Quabza All said, also the image of what marriage is so misconstrued that a lot of people really have that as boyfriend and girlfriend. So when marriage comes, it doesn't make sense. And I think understanding marriage, or just understanding that over the years, man, generationally, we have been hypersexualized. And a lot of it comes from our parent, well, majority, the initial start of it comes from the curses. Mm-hmm. And if you spiritual, you can understand what I'm saying. So we were given a land and told to drive out nations, but the Most High told us why these nations were being put out. Give me Leviticus 19 verse 29, and we'll bring it together with what I'm saying.
Kind of the one. This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 19, starting with verse 29.
Mm-hmm.
Do not prostitute thy daughter,
mm-hmm.
to cause her to be a whore,
mm-hmm.
lest the land fail, Salakia, lest the land fall to whoredom.
So lest the land fall to whoredom. Now, the nations that we were driving out, they were given over to whoredom. They were given over to all kind of fornication. This is why we weren't supposed to learn their custom, learn their ways. We were supposed to eradicate them, get them out of our land, and live according to God's law. But the Most High put this in the law to give us a understanding of what sexual sin can cause. It can cause an entire nation, an entire land to fall because of what? Hypersexualization. Mm-hmm. So generationally, by our parents, whether knowingly or unknowingly, allowing us to have relationships at a young age, what tended to happen? Sex. We became familiar with either your girlfriend or sisters with a boyfriend. They became physical in touching each other. So that leads to other desires, and it opens up a mind that emotionally and physically our children or we at that age weren't ready for. So those desires start doing what? They start festering, and they started growing, and they started growing into more desires. And then you introduce, in my generation, we had magazines, you had VHS tapes, you introduce that type of pornography. Man, you heightening that level of desire within a young person. Mm-hmm. So a young person, their imagination runs. So the more you heighten that desire, man, the further away from the Most High we going, the further to the morals and the values of a society we fall. So by us pushing that narrative of boyfriends and girlfriends, man, it has destroyed us. Why? Because the nations that were around us, man, this was their custom. And if we don't look at it as a degree of grooming, you're grooming the mind. You're positioning a mind to a sexual mind. So now we view relationships as an outward body figure. We don't understand what love is. We think love is the physical enjoyment that we get from our partner. That's not it. Because when I'm no longer attracted to the physical, I'm out. That's not love. That's not what marriage is about. But because we grew up with that mindset, we bring that into our marriage. So when I'm no longer being satisfied the way that I'm accustomed to, it's easy for me to walk out. It's easy for me to bounce. But I got to be willing to have, man, those tough conversations. I got to be willing to express myself to the woman that I love, or for sisters, to the man that you love, and have them tough conversations, man. If you're not willing to have them tough conversations, you don't love your spouse. You don't love yourself, because you will continue to be miserable because you're not willing to have a conversation. You're not willing to do what older generations say and put all your cards on the table. I got to show mine. We're not playing poker. Oh, hey, this is what I got. These are my cards. Look at them. This is me. My life. These are the cards that I was dealt. And I need your help to help me unpack these cards the same way you need me to help you unpack yours. And those are the conversations that you gotta be mature enough to have. Not pointing the finger. So we're gonna deal with some points and some topics. If you got your children in the room, hey, send them to another room. If they on Bar4Bar, get them off, because we gonna talk about it today.
That says 18 plus. The reason we got 18 is because your 18-year-old is probably getting ready to get in that stage, so they need to be put in the mind state of what a marriage actually is and how it consists. But really, this is for the couples, right? Or those of being marriageable age. Let's put it that way, right? But you said something, Kiak. You said the communication. Can somebody read that definition? The communication.
Communication is the fundamental process of exchanging information, ideas, and emotions between a sender and a receiver.
That means you need to understand how to send your emotions, your ideas, and you need to understand how to receive ideas and emotions without blame out. How the scripture says, you're blaming first before you have heard the conclusion. A lot of us are answering before we're actually listening. You get on defense before you actually hear. And some men and women, the communication, you're pointing the finger instead of trying to help come to a healthy conclusion. So we're gonna try. We can't talk about it all. It could be a part 2 to this class, so we may do it down the line, or maybe even a series. But I want to get into the first video of what needs to stop, right, between men and women, right? And then we'll get into some of the intricate details of the marriage and the intimacy. So let's get the first video. This is a good brother, Mr. Jason Williams. I watched a couple of his videos. It seems like he knows the truth, but just hear what he has to say. Can y'all see that? Let me know if y'all can hear it. Y'all won't be able to hear it. Hold on, let me stop and then come back. It said y'all wouldn't be able to hear it. Let me see. Let me know if y'all can hear this.
I've been asked many times about my thought regarding Shannon Sharpe's current situation. But as a principled man of the Most High, speaking only about his actions would be like cutting off a branch but expecting to uproot the tree. Therefore, let's address the root issue. Men are rarely taught sexual self-control. See, when boys grow up without comprehensive men modeling manhood, we copy whatever message is the loudest. I know this because I lived through it. mentored by a culture that told me or taught me that bros ought to be before hoes and money over bitchs, and it ain't no fun if my homies can't have none. Ashamedly,
And I want y'all to
too
listen to what he just said. That's how 99% of us were brought up. Men. So I could just imagine the other side with the women, because they were getting those same pep talks just in a different way. Do he got money? Is he handsome? Does he got the six pack in the body that you need? It's the same conversations. Look how he dressed. Girl, why you ain't get it with him yet? It's the same conversations. And that comes from a broken culture. That's why we did the class. What is Black culture?
Mm-hmm.
I want y'all to see these lyrics. We always mess around with this because he said we come from a culture that pushes this. Just really quick, look at these lyrics. This is, I think this Trey Songz song, Mr. Still Your Girl. Okay. This is what we inspire to be. Nakasha, can you read this for me? Just right here.
Next time that he leave you all alone, I'll give you all the love he not. I'm about to take his spot. Let your man know that Mr. Steal Your Girl is back. So let your man know that Mr. Steal Your Girl is back. Back, baby. Let me tell you what's up.
That's the culture. Mr. Steal Your Girl. I'm going to commit adultery with you. I'm going to commit fornication. Now you got videos of brothers out in the street and they're just going to get girls. I'm looking for an auntie today. I'm looking for a Dominican today. And they're persuading, they're pushing fornication and over-sexualization. And what does that create? A bunch of baby mamas, fatherless children, and deadbeat dads. And then the cycle continues to transpire. It has to be your job to fix that. Let's keep going.
even produce artists that proclaimed that same objectifying and misogynistic message. Men, whether we realize it or not, that kind of mentoring or misogynistic mentoring doesn't just shape how we treat women, it poisons how we see ourselves. It programs us to objectify women and deactivate the emotions Yah gave us to genuinely love them.
I don't think they're listening, Aki. He says the way you were brought up as a man, it can allow you to objectify a woman.
Facts.
So when you enter a relationship or a marriage, you treat your spouse as an object, not a woman you're supposed to care for and nurture, lose your life for. She's an object. What kind of object? A sexual object. And if you're not pleased with that, you find something else, but you remain in the marriage. Same thing with women. Your husband has become this toy of pleasure for you. And if you can't get that pleasure from him because he had a long day or he's just not feeling it or he's not in the mood or whatever the case may be, you find another pleasure. Because you're in a relationship with an object and not a person. All right. Brothers got anything?
Hey,
go ahead.
Just on that objectifying women, boy, during my time, that Snoop Dogg, Dog Pound type of ordeal, especially on the West, that as the brother was talking, I'm thinking of the song, a bees ain't S, but hoes and tricks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And how it was, you were shunned if you didn't support that. You were shunned if you tried to stand up and for a woman's chastity or try to have altruistic values within yourself. You were shunned. You know what I mean? And it became boys leading boys immature people teaching immature people on how to be mature on mature topics. You know what I mean? And it was a messed up cycle. And it was like, dude, by the time, I mean, thank God for YouTube now. But we didn't have all these coaches. We didn't have, growing up, you didn't have someone where you can look at a brother like this to give you some wisdom. You didn't have a YouTube to where you can go and hear brothers teach the word. You were kind of stuck within the confines of your environment. Mm-hmm. And if your environment is just promoting lasciviousness and negativity, that's what you was on, you know. And the moment you try to climb out, you got the weight of societal pressures. And then don't go to college. It's over with. Oh yeah, that was for sure that. But then in college itself, I mean, for we all went to college. We know college is probably only about 40% academic, you know, and it's so much weight on exploring just the world sexually on men and women.
Yeah,
in that small portion, and no one's really teaching us how to bring value outside of sex. You know what I mean? I can just think of, you know, especially me being a male, but also for women too. No one put the emphasis on what you bring to the table. You know what I mean? So a lot of times how we would show our affection or how we would show or try to seek a connection with a person that we like is through sexual activity. You know, not by, you know, being an upstanding man or you know what, not by being chivalrous, you know, or I can imagine, I can only speak as a man, you know, but I would imagine for women, it's not really much emphasis put on how to be a pillar of rest, how to be a Proverbs 31 woman, how to be a righteous sister that brings so much value before sex is even talked about. You know, but I tell you, quiet is kept, and we all been there. How much value did we put on the women who did maintain sexual chastity, who didn't let us just hit, who didn't let us just do and touch and do all of the other stuff? Subconsciously, you put her on a pedestal above everybody. So it's like we knew, but we knew what was right, but these principles get trodden down by our environment. And us being able to mentor the youth and speak into whether it's children, little cousins, whoever, your job now is to be that voice that they didn't have. You know, I'm here because we got a lot to get into.
Excellent point, though. Excellent point.
And to my black brothers, I need you to grasp this. During slavery, we were reduced to breeders. We were labeled mandingos and prized for our strength and exploited for our ability to make strong children. We could create life, but we weren't allowed to cultivate it. Mm-hmm. That destruction of our families wasn't by accident, my brothers. It was by design. And when you live today like your manhood is measured by how many women you can sleep with or how many children you can procreate, you are living out the slave master's playbook.
And that's the culture. Yep. You got the Futures, the Stephon Diggs. They're being promoted. 5 baby mamas, 8 kids. Or the other way around for our sisters. 4 baby daddies, 4 children. That has become black culture. And it's totally backwards.
Still trapped in the chains he put on our minds hundreds of years ago. My brothers, fight your flesh, fight your lust, fight and reject the psychological programming. Master your emotions, or you will continue to be mastered by master's plan.
Give me on that point, give me Genesis 4 and 6, 4 and 7.
Okay. It's the book of Genesis, chapter 4, and verse number 7.
Mhm.
If thou do well, shall thou not be accepted?
Come on.
If thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him.
So you have to rule over the sin. Read it in the NIV for me, Aharon, real quick.
In the NIV.
Get it in the NLT. There we go. NLT.
In the NLT. You will be accepted if you do what is right. But if you refuse to do what is right, then watch out.
Why?
Sin is crouching at the door, eager to control you. But you must subdue it and be its master.
That's exactly what he just said. See, sin is crouching at all of our doors, men, women, married, unmarried. It is at your front door, it's knocking, waiting for you just to say, who is it? Once you say who is it, it's controlling you. But it's our job to subdue it and master it. The only way to master it, and this is to master self. You have to know what you're eager to go after, and you have to either stay away from it, as the scriptures say, flee from it as the face of a serpent, or you got to know not to even have those thoughts and destroy those thoughts when they enter your mind. Because this scripture is not it says it's eager to control you. That's why Satan wants to take you captive into it. Whether it's the porn, whether it's the fornication, whether it's going back to your old lifestyle, sis. Whether it's reverting back to that old woman, sis, it's eager to control you. It wants to have you. It wants you to go back to that old woman, that old man. But you must subdue it. Go ahead, Aharon.
Hey, Salakia, a major weapon that you could use to fight against that is controlling where you get dopamine from. Controlling what you allow to give you satisfaction. And then taking it a step further, train your body to get satisfaction or get dopamine from self-improvement, from practicing getting better at whatever it is. Because what doesn't get measured doesn't get managed. So measure, take an account for all the things in your life so you can be able to communicate what you need. Because a lot of times when we communicate, we seek for help, we're not even able to either identify or B, articulate what it is that we're looking for. But also know where your strengths and your weaknesses lie so that you could get addicted to self-achieving, or being happy, or building that relationship with your own self, right? Because a lot of times Satan will get you through where you find pleasure. That's why I keep talking about dopamine, because we know the marketers know that. That's why they give you all these colors. That's why you get addicted to gaming, because they're targeting dopamine. That's why Cocomelon and shows like that are so prevalent, because they're targeting dopamine in your children. And so you got to do the opposite, be aware of that and not be ignorant of Satan's devices, and train your body to get it from yourself, or to get it from holistic things, get it from the word, get it from the workout, get it from whatever goals that you'd like to achieve in life. And then a lot of times you won't fall susceptible to the things that Satan tries to throw in there as a default, because you have nothing. You have no control over your dopamine.
That's right.
Yeah.
I like that you said dopamine. When we look at this definition, it says a crucial neurotransmitter and hormone in the human body that regulates pleasure, motivation, memory, and motor control. It functions as a chemical messenger in the brain's reward system.
Right.
So like Aharon said, it's going to come from where you get most of that dopamine from. So you're going to be looking for that reward system in what you're focusing on, what you're occupying your time with, right? And it's going to reinforce the behaviors and influence the perceived cost of benefit analysis of task.
Right.
So that pleasure you're going to get is from what you're kind of focusing on. So that's why Aaron says you gotta control that and get the reward from something else. See, you can't be on Instagram getting all your reward from looking at women twerk all day.
That's right.
Right.
You can't do that, because Satan is eager to have you. Am I saying you can't, if it pops up, you can't look at a beautiful woman and keep scrolling? No, but what you do is you go to the page and you know it's a twerking page, and then you're zooming in.
Brother, screen record so they can rewind and zoom in.
If I had that, boy, and then you go and then you get, and then now if I get your phone and look at your suggestions on Instagram, nothing but women you want, just nothing but women. Same thing for you sisters. I'm trying to get your body tea, but all you looking at is men videos working out.
Yeah.
And you know this dude is a freak. You zooming in, he got the gray sweats on, he doing it on purpose, shirt off.
Yeah.
And that's where you're getting your dopamine from.
Yeah. That's all Instagram is. They're in the dopamine game. That's their game. It's dopamine. And your algorithm is a direct reflection of where you're getting yours from. And they know that.
Yeah. That's why they have your suggestion page. Your suggestion page is your dopamine page. That's where you're getting your motivation, your pleasure from. That's what it's for.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be careful with that. I'm not saying you got to be weird and a beautiful woman, let me keep scrolling. No, you don't have to be that way. But you have to know how to control yourself.
Because that's what
you jump into that real world. Are you going to be able to pass the test or fail? Go ahead, Aharon, then we get back to the video.
No, I was gonna say, because guess what? You don't have just some endless supply of dopamine. Eventually, your dopamine receptors get burned out.
Right.
Eventually, you become numb. Eventually, it's hard to turn that engine back on by normal things. It's no different than when you have too much, or you have access to too much too fast, or going to the club, or being exposed to too much money, or whatever. By the time it's your time to do it, it's boring to you.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've already burned that out by too much dopamine too fast. You are not entitled to do that. It's just like anything. Too much too early is bad for you. That's why if you fix it to where getting for things that are self-improvement, you'll never get tired of getting better. You'll never get tired of being smarter. You'll never get tired of feeling healthy. But if you do it outside for things that you have no business doing, you're going to burn it out and mess up for the rest of your life. And
that's why
times when you could have good, healthy relationships, you don't have it now. You don't have the energy, and you got to work 10 times as hard. And the person who wants to connect with you has to work 10 times as hard and be driven to do all type of weird stuff just to satiate your appetite.
Yep. And that's the problem with pornography for men and women, right? For both sides of the coin, is because you come into this marriage now and you're thinking that this is what it's gonna be, and that's not reality. They're acting. Or you get the women, right? That's the man, he's overstimulated, can't finish or finishes too fast because he has that focus, pornography. But then you get the women who's using these sexual toys for pleasure, right? And now she's overstimulated and can't reach with her man because she's doing that.
Yeah, man.
And now you have a problem in the marriage because of stimulation is off. Really, your hormone receptors is off because you've sought pleasure in places where you probably should not have.
Yep.
And this is what Jason is talking about. That lust, that lustful spirit is one of the hardest spirits to conquer because it never goes away. You can only suppress it, then it may come back. Suppress it, it comes back.
Do you know that the study was done on what's known as the rose. But those type of sexual toys for women can lead to infertility.
Yes.
You know that?
That's right.
Sure.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
And bruh, I saw, it was funny. I saw a post a couple of weeks ago when it was a conversation like that wine and rose is undefeated, you know, and I'm like, and that's so sad because when women engage in a thing that is designed to just be hyper stimulating, it's hard to go back from.
Yeah.
Especially for them who, you know, they're very mental and emotional in that class, in that area. We're gonna get into in that area. And so if you're not doing that, then on top of that, now you got fertility issues because of this thing. It's a recipe for disaster, right?
Yeah. It definitely is. That's a crazy post too.
Oh yeah.
Let's keep going.
Hi, it's Mark Barden from Sandy Hook Promise.
We don't want none of that.
And remains a slave to his emotions when he's led by lust and a pursuit driven by his penis. He doesn't just destroy the stability of his home or his community, he destroys his own body and soul. It's like being in a boxing match where every time you hit your opponent, you feel the blow yourself. That's what happens spiritually when we practice sexual immorality. We sin against our own bodies. Yeah, it might feel good for a moment to hit the target you were aiming for. But when the emotional smoke clears, you're standing in the debris of broken hearts, broken homes, and a broken legacy. And sadly, even today, many men still celebrate the Lothario lifestyle, chasing women to affirm their manhood instead of mastering themselves to protect their future. Yah didn't create women to be used, my brothers. He created them to be loved. He created intimacy to be a covenant, not a conquest. But when men bow to the masculine mandate, war, work, women, and just provide and protect without cultivating the heart Yah intended for us to have, they become emotionally unstable, or better yet, disabled. They can lead on the battlefield, but they can't lead in their own homes. They can build many kingdoms for this world.
And that's the most important place to lead, is in the home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We can lead the brothers out to go to camp and we go to war and a fight breaks out and we do whatever. Or let's just not even get into that. We dominating that camp. We destroying our doctrine, right? And we bringing out the word mighty in the spirit of Hamashiach Yahushua. But guess what? You going home and you're not leading your home, Mark. Because your woman has become an object. But remember, this is a two-part. We're not just getting on the brothers. We getting on the both sides, because both sides is going to take the hill. Right. Say marriage has to be 50-50. I totally disagree. It has to be 100-100. 100% from this person and 100% from that person. When you start lacking in any percentage, if it starts to go down, you're asking the other person to maybe do 110. That could be above capacity or unreachable, right? So we gotta be able to master self so we can cultivate that marriage. See, we can't be a leader in one place and then a leader not in another. Because the first place you need to lead is those that look to you for the leadership. They're the main ones looking for you for the leadership.
Precept.
Go ahead, Ak.
This is the book of 1 Thessalonians, chapter 4, beginning at verse number 2.
Bring it out.
For ye know what commandments we gave to you by the Lord Yahushua.
Yep.
For this is the will of God, even your sanctification, that ye should abstain from fornication.
Yep.
That every one of you should know how to possess his vessel in sanctification and honor.
That's heavy.
not in the lust of concupiscence,
That's right.
even as the Gentiles which know not God.
Break it down, all right?
And so every brother, every sister should know how to possess themselves in the spirit of holiness, or being a set apart people. But the issue, one, we learn how to possess ourselves, through the commandments and killing off the old nature. And you'll often hear us all the time, expressing and admonishing brothers and sisters to work on themselves. But it's when we choose to ignore certain areas of our life. One is how we deal with lust, how we deal with those sexual desires. When we just say, "Oh, I'm just gonna abstain. I'm just gonna stay away from it." No, you got to deal with the root of the issue. When we don't do that, man, we're not possessing our bodies in sanctification and in honor. We dishonoring ourselves, and we dishonoring our spouse at the same time. Because my failure as a husband not only affects me, but it affects my spouse at the same time. It affects my children. So we gotta be able to, be real and understand the areas that you're lacking and work on that. Work on that manner of life that is contrary to the laws of the most high God, man. That fleshly mind, man, it don't want to submit. It want to find the instant gratification. You can have brothers and sisters go to camp, man, hit the spirit, man, moving, and go home frustrated.
Yes.
Because they don't have that sexual pleasure from their spouse. So you more willing to go outside and combat all the doctrines instead of combating the doctrine that's within, dealing with that war that's within. You more willing to go to war outside than you are within. That's crazy work, man. That's crazy work. I'm supposed to be the protector of my home. I gotta know how to possess. How can I tell another brother, "Hey, you got to come out of that lust. You can't be a whore on the street," when I'm dealing with whoredom within. I'm dealing with lust within. I make myself a hypocrite. That's why these points and these issues have to be dealt with. Because what did Christ say, man? Many shall come in that day and say, "Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name? Have we not done many miracles? Have we not healed the sick? Man, have we not fed the homeless?" Man, but the Most High gonna say what? "Depart from me. I never knew you." You was never willing to go all in with the Most High. You never willing to go all in with your spouse. That is the problem. So knowing how to possess your vessel, that's your sanctification. That's what sets you apart from every nation. Us not whoring our women. Us not going and sleeping with another man's wife. It's crazy work, man. When we refuse to work on what's within, but we more willing to go out, cut Esau, cut the other nations, talk about the Arab man, condemn Elam, Moab, Ammonites, man. We bring out all the scriptures, but the scriptures that cut us, the scriptures that deal with us, and we not willing. We'll tell a brother and sister when they keep walking and we say, "Hey brother, you got a minute for the word?" And now they don't want to hear it. Well, we go Zechariah 7 and 9. They pulling the shoulder. They don't want to hear the word. but we do the same thing. Same thing, man. When you trying to fight that demon within, that spirit within, trying to get you to go off, are you pulling the shoulder? You just threw up the flag, man. You got to be willing to understand what the scriptures deal with every aspect of our life. And working on self is number one, man.
Right. Because you can only get in by yourself. I can't bring my spouse with me.
God.
Right. So you got to deal with things like the concupiscence. Right. It's a strong desire, especially a sexual desire.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get this twisted. We're not saying you can't want to enjoy intimacy.
That's right.
But some of it from our past, it's become our crutch. Some of us from our past or what we're going through in life, even now, it has become our crutch to where we're giving some or even not enough, or you wanted too much, or you're not just able to have that conversation as an adult. And it leads you to make a ill-advised decision or mistake out of concupiscence. Right. So we got to be able to control that. We're going to get a little bit more from him, and then we're going to dive into another. Right. We're going to keep going. We're going down. Right. We're going to keep spiraling.
But they can't keep a divine covenant. That's why at every men's conference I speak at, or every fatherhood summit, I remind men this: the best way to prevent fatherless homes is to get married, stay faithful so that you can stay married, and raise a family. But before you can lead a family, you must learn to love yourself. And for me,
what did we say? We said the same thing as him.
Hey, Salakia.
Go ahead.
Just two quick ones from Timothy to let me back on both points just made. I'll read one, read another one. I'm gonna get 1 Timothy 3 and 5, and then we're gonna do 1 Timothy 5 and 8.
Yeah, it's crazy. Look where I'm at on the screen. Look where I'm at.
Hey, God, did I wait? This
bring it up. Bring it up. This is the time, right? Bring it up.
God. All right. This is the book of. I'll read it and then you break it down. This is the book of 1 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 5.
Now let's do it. Start at 2. Let's do this.
All right. A bishop then must be blameless, the husband of one wife, vigilant, sober, of good behavior, given to hospitality, apt to teach.
Here's the key. The leader must be blameless. What does it mean to be blameless? That means people, whether it's your spouse, the brothers, sisters, they don't have any accusations against you. They don't have anything to say that you've done this. Remember when Samuel said, "Whose ox have I stolen?" Right? And he made that stance. He's declaring himself blameless.
That's right.
Right? But it says you need to be a husband. A lot of y'all are trying to be blameless, but you're forgetting to be a husband. You're forgetting to be a husband. That comes with nurturing the relationship. That comes with leading and guiding the relationship. That comes with being emotionally and physically, spiritually present, financially present in the relationship. All right? Keep going. What other attributes should we have as a leader?
Verse 3. Not given to wine, no striker, not greedy of filthy lucre, but patient.
A lot of your patience, as the relationship goes on, the patience leaves. Because this is not just, obviously you got to be patient for the congregation, but you must be patient in the marriage.
Right.
Read on.
Not a brawler.
You've turned into this argumentative person.
That's right.
That when you don't get your way, you just want to argue. And it goes for both parties, because guess what, sis? you're a leader in your own aspect as well, as far as the pillars of rest and guiding the women how to be a wife. Read on.
Not covetous.
Uh-huh.
One that ruleth well his own house.
You have to be able to, your house is a reflection of you,
brother.
So you have to be able to rule that well. You ever get, dang, how are your kids so in order? That's a reflection of you. When I seen that your son, Nakawasha, your son walked up there with a 4.5, that was a reflection of Nakawasha.
That's right.
That's a reflection of the father. That's why the scripture says, don't judge the father. What is it saying in Sirach? Until you see the son, paraphrasing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Paraphrasing. But it says, one that ruleth his own house, having what?
Having his children in subjection with all gravity.
Having his children in subjection with all gravity. Meaning your children listen. They're not acting crazy when they're all outside. See, you have to be monitoring that as a husband. Or did you just get into this marriage because of sex and lust? And then that's why Paul is giving you this advice. The husband of one wife. Because you're getting into relationships because of sex and lust.
Go ahead, say that one.
That's how you got into every relationship.
God.
So how can we, as Sons of Thunder leadership, expect you to get another wife when you got your first wife without counsel and sex and lust? You see why you don't see the leadership with thousands of wives? Because we understand what that comes with. Do we teach against it? Of course not, but we understand what it comes with. Because a marriage is more than, they said it right here. All I'm saying is intimacy is more than sex. I will rephrase that and say marriage is more than just sex and intimacy.
That's right.
It's more than that. But you got into the relationship off those terms. And then when you found out I had to be a husband or I had to be a wife, oh, wait a minute. I wasn't expecting all of this.
Mm-hmm.
I still want the lust and sex. No, brother. Now you got to be this person. Diligent, good behavior, not giving them much wine, ruling your household. For if any man know not how to rule his own house, how shall he take care of the church of God? Hypocrite.
Oh, man.
See what I'm saying?
Because look, I'm gonna keep it real. Being a good husband and all of the effort, energy, and patience that is required to be that's the biggest deterrent against just adding another wife. I gotta do this twice? Yeah, I'm good. I got for a whole other person while still maintaining. God.
And again, we don't teach against it. Y'all know our stance, but now as our camp has more experience, we understand, that's not for the weak, and you have to be ready to do that. And we have to evaluate you, brother. You are, what is this? What is it rooted in? Because a lot of it's rooted in straight lust. Let's be real. That's why this is adult conversation. A lot of y'all want another wife is because what? It's rooted in lust. I'm not saying that's everybody. A lot, that's what it's about. Because you're not, Nakawasha said it, you're not willing to fix what you have at home and have those conversations. So you think fixing it is getting another. But what's going to happen is you're going to have the same problem with you. Right. It'll start good because that representative will be there for 2-3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Once we start to let that water boil, same problems. And now you done fixed it with your other, and this one is not, and then you continue the cycle. But the point here is not multiple wives. The point here is about understanding what it takes for husband and wife to agree together, as the scriptures say. That's the communication. That's understanding your role as the husband and as the wife. If you choose to do that, that's on you. But either way it go, you still have to maintain this position as the husband. Wife, you still have to maintain that position as the husband. Let's get back to the video, then we're about to switch gears.
It's me that came when I surrendered my life to Yahushua, who is often called Jesus. When I found my identity in him, I discovered that the key to finding peace wasn't between the legs of a woman, it was in the mirror. In Matthew chapter 7, Yahushua teaches us to remove the large piece of wood from our own eyes before we try to remove the speck out of the eyes of others. The large piece of wood in your eye could be lust. It could be childhood trauma, unresolved anger. It could be abandonment, that you're using fornication to blur what you see in the mirror or what you hate in the mirror. Whatever it is, men, if you don't heal, you'll only repeat the same cycles with different women, leaving a trail of emotional casualties behind you.
And that's where we're going to stop right there, because that goes for both women, men and women. If we don't heal from our past, we're going to continue the cycle of unhealed problems. So that goes beyond just the things you went through in the youth before your marriage. That goes right into the marriage. We was talking about this as brothers before we came on. A lot of times we use, now we're going to get into the intimacy part. We use intimacy as a course of healing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they call it? Make-up sex.
Yep.
But you never fix the problem. So
right.
That was fun. But 3 months later, we still ain't talking. Why? Because we're never getting to the root of the problem. Somebody say something real quick. I got to grab the chart.
Okay. I think.
Go
ahead, Kat.
No, I was going to say, if we could just read 1 Timothy 5:8, so brothers can understand how important this is. This is not something to be taken lightly.
Kind of the one. It's the book of 1 Timothy chapter 5, starting in verse 8. But if any provide not for his own, and especially for those of his own house, he hath denied the faith and is worse than an infidel.
And you worse than an infidel. An infidel is a non-believer. Yes. And what you're providing is not just financially, obviously it's financial, but you're also providing stability, emotional regulation, maturity, leadership, and all of the attributes. And guess what? And self-work, you know? And if you're not doing that, you can cause trauma itself. You can repeat cycles, and you could tear down your home. And brothers, do not make the mistake of negating the self-work, but then going outside to teach other people.
That's right.
But going because you kind of making yourself a hypocrite, and it says what? You honestly denying the faith, and you worse than an infidel. You worse than the person who doesn't even believe, but is doing the self-improvement, is providing that stability, that healthy role, a healthy man or sister, a healthy woman, a healthy father, a healthy spouse. If you're not doing that, you're in grave danger and you're tearing down your house. This is not a light thing. Go ahead, Nakaba Shah.
I think Captain Yaquab brought out a very, very good point in dealing with intimacy. You know, sexual frustration is a real thing. And sexual frustration has destroyed marriages to the degree where men and women won't talk to each other. One, because it's a hard conversation, and sometimes people are not willing to have the conversation, or you're afraid of how your partner will take that conversation. But this encompasses marriage. Communication has to be the foundation that your marriage is striving upon. Because if you can't effectively communicate with each other, your marriage is not going to last. You're gonna find each other. Y'all gonna become roommates,
Yep.
and that's what it actually is. Is you've vacated the title of marriage to becoming roommates, all because you lack the skills to communicate. So, what we getting ready to go into, buckle your seatbelts. Prepare yourself. If you got to take some notes, take some notes. But be mature in the conversation that we're getting ready to have.
You have to be. Because this conversation we're about to have is why a lot of relationships are failing. Spouses are stepping out. Spouses are going to alternatives as far as things of pleasure to get the pleasure instead of dealing with their spouse or whatever the case may be. This is why, because the intimacy part, we never have this conversation. Like, you've never had this conversation. Like, think about a time where you were sitting down with a group of married men and fathers and people that ruled their house well and husbands, and they were talking to young men about, yo, this is how you be a husband. Yo, your wife is gonna have children, and she may gain weight. You may not be as physically attracted to her anymore. This is how you're going to deal with that. This is how you're going to encourage her. When have you ever heard this conversation? Okay. Women, when have you sat down, you know, and talked to married women and they've taught, listen, sis, even though you've had the baby and you may be overstimulated, you still got to try to be intimate with your husband, and you got to be into it. You don't want to nag him and get on him all day about how he's not there and you're with the women, you're with the children all day, whatever the case may be, right? Because those conversations aren't having, but those are the conversations that need to be had. Or the conversation, man, my husband, he has gained weight and he's on diabetes, he got diabetes now and he don't look the same and I'm not as attracted to him anymore. So he doesn't turn me on physically. That's and the sister has to go through and, yo, sis, this is how you deal through that. You don't go to looking for men, or you on Instagram doing this, or you at the gym doing this and trying to seek attention from somewhere else. This is how you handle it at home. These are the real conversations that need to be.
Salakia.
Go ahead.
It's masked. It's masked, and it's not dealt with, which then causes the frustration. It causes the irritation, the arguments.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm mad because you didn't take the trash out, but in all actuality, it don't have nothing to do with the trash
at all.
It don't have nothing to do. Oh, my car is on E. It don't have nothing to do with none of that. It has to do with your inability to have the hard conversation.
Yeah.
So lucky.
Go ahead.
I want to add on to Adawan Kawasha's point as far as how important communication is. Can we get Sirach 28, start at verse 11?
Hey, Ox, speak a little bit into your mic. A little bit louder. You good, but a little bit louder.
So can I be heard?
You're kind of low a little bit.
I'm gonna go out and come back in.
No, you good right there. You good right there.
Right here? Okay,
yeah.
Now, y'all, if you have it, could you read that for me, Brother Shaw?
Sirach 28 and 11.
Start right there.
This book of Sirach chapter 28 and verse 11.
Read.
And hasty contention kindleth a fire.
A hasty communication, how you speak to each other, can kindle a fire, meaning making it worse. Read.
And in hasty fighting sheddeth blood.
Continue to read verse 12.
If thou blow the spark, it shall burn.
This is the point. Continue to read.
If thou spit upon it, it shall be quenched.
If you spit upon a fire, it shall be quenched. There's a few things that a fire needs to grow. It needs oxygen, it needs a fuel source, it needs certain elements for it to get worse. Instead of adding fuel to the fire, maybe a change of scenery can help with you and your wife or you and your husband. Maybe y'all can get out the house and have a better conversation. Maybe cooler heads need to prevail. Maybe we need to take some time and reconvene about a certain situation that we need to speak about. And then maybe counsel needs to be involved. The point is that try your best to find a solution to whatever that situation may be. Like Adawan was saying, the trash was an issue. 9 times out of 10, it wasn't the trash that was the issue. You missed it. You missed that hint she threw at you the night before or the week before. Something you forgot to do that she keeps repeating and asking you for. With women, it seems that way. A lot of times it's not the issue immediately. It's something that has been built up and it comes out in something that you do normally, that you should be doing normally as a chore. So extinguish that fire, man. It's very important in communication, not just with your wife, sisters, to your husband, with every kind of communication you have with each other. A soft word turns away wrath, man. As King Solomon teaches us. It's very important. I yield it.
Excellent point. I'm gonna give y'all some insight because I know what y'all. I don't know what the women think we'd be talking about, but I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give them some insight of what the general be telling the men. It's concerning marriage. If he's on, he'll second it. He says, I'm gonna say it wrong. I'm gonna paraphrase what he's saying, but if he's in here, he'll put it in the chat. He says, Ak, in your relationship, Ak, your wife, he'll sit up on the chair. And he looking at us, or he looking at the brother he's talking to. Your wife should feel like there is not a man better to be with than you. This is what he tells us. He says you have to continue to wine and dine your woman. See, what men do is you stop whining and dining your spouse, and then you'll try to wine and dine another woman. Mm-hmm. Don't make sense. Obviously, there's an issue going on there. But what he's trying to tell you is just how you got her, you have to continue to be that person in the relationship. And sis, just how you got him, you have to continue to be that woman. Yeah, things may change. You might have kids, right? You might move, whatever the case may be. But you can't stop dating. There's just said it. Never stop dating one another. I want to give a sister's perspective real quick. The Kawasha sent this. Let me see if I got that pulled up. Is it this one right here? This is a woman's perspective. Because I told you we want both sides of this. I'm gonna try to play this all the way through. But listen.
Look, there are reasons why my husband can get it just about any time he wants it. But rest assured, it has not always been that way. And we've had our...
She's giving you a scenario. There is a reason. She says, whatever, him and her husband can be intimate whenever he wants. But it hasn't always been like that.
Share of drama. But it wasn't because of just that. Because most women don't just wake up one day in love with somebody and then the next day, I hate your guts. I don't like you. I don't want to have you know what with you and all that. It doesn't happen like that. There's always a lot of reasons why the passion slows down. And sometimes some men don't want to take any of the responsibility for it. They can only remember when she used to be very active with him just about any time he wants it, blah, blah, blah. But they forget that she's going through life too. She's going through life changes. You know, just like when he's at work and he's going through a hard day at work and maybe he doesn't feel like being romantic. He doesn't want to take the time because he's tired. He's been working all day. He got to come home and help with the kids and he's dealing with his mother and his father and taking care of everybody.
Before the 5 and 10 years you used to open the door. She used to come home. It was roses on the table, jewelry, you doing special, you booking hotels and she didn't know, you stop doing that. You changed, Doc. You changed.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bad thing because we confronting it now. You changed. You start grab her hand and hold her everywhere you went.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't doing that no more. You changed, Doc. You wined and dined her to get her and to love her when you first got into that relationship in that marriage. The honeymoon phase was all the time. You was very romantic, but as the relationship went on, and life maybe got a little bit challenging or harder, and children came along, or whatever the case may be, stop doing that. But what you stopped doing it, but then you expected her to stay the same.
Mm-hmm.
Usually don't work like that.
So like
it's not an excuse for her to change, and vice versa. If she changes, it's not an excuse for you to change. But guess what? You gotta recognize our change. Go ahead, Cap.
Hey, and sometimes as men, as husbands, we forget the power of sweet talk. We forget the power of just nice communication. And when you used to say sweet things, tell your wife she's beautiful, she looked good, and just kind of pour into her verbally, now the only time you got something to say about her is negative. It's tearing her down. It's just destroying everything. And you might think, hey, well, I'm not doing anything. I can't express myself. I can't have an opinion, but not considering there's no yin to your yang. Mm-hmm. And hey, the age-old adage says, if you have nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all. And sometimes there's power in that. Mm-hmm. And it's almost a lot of times it's really not even worth it, giving a critique or doing any of that. And a lot of problems will work themselves out if you just verbally pour into your wife.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Just she didn't want to give you the time of day. You won her over with your words, Doc. Words didn't lose power. You just stop using that tool for yourself. So that's an easy one to turn around and just sweet talk your baby, man.
Yeah. Hey, this one hit right here. This one got me. If we can't pray together, we for sure not stand together. There is lots of love making, but no praying together. Praying together should be as intimate as trying to please the flesh. But I'm gonna rephrase this to what we're talking about right here. You used to study with your family and spouse. It used to be a thing. That stopped. Children, time, work, right? All these things start to get in the way. But remember, in the beginning, nothing was able to get in the way. So that means priority shifted. And some children, that is a great priority. You need to take care of them. But remember, you guys, we have to support each other emotionally, physically, and most importantly, spiritually. Let's finish this out. Oh, go ahead, Al.
Hey, one of the great points that you made in the beginning of the show is the way you got together initially. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you got together, you loved her body, you loved the pleasure that she gave you, but you never actually loved her. Now you're trying to learn to love her, and it's hard. So what do? You always revert back to what's comfortable, the pleasure. But because you haven't learned to love her, now you frustrated because the body didn't change. Yo, sister had 3, 4, 5 kids. Your love should go past how her body changed from bearing your children. You love her. And I think we tend to forget that, man. You gotta love loving your spouse. But the problem is we love the pleasure, but not the person. And that all comes from how you started. And this is why the number one reason why we brought up the boyfriend girlfriend thing, because you love the exterior, you love the shell, you love the pleasure the shell gives. But what about the person? Do you actually love her? So after she has kids, she may go through postpartum. You know, let's just get real about it.
Go ahead, Art.
You were willing to wine and dine her to do what? Go to Pound Town. Yep. That was the goal. That's why you bought the flowers, you got the candy, y'all went to the movies because you was trying to go to Pound Town. Now you didn't went to Pound Town, now you bored. Because you didn't went to Pound Town with Sally, with Jessica, with Melissa, and now you're starting to compare Pound Town with your rib to them. But you can't have that conversation with your wife because you don't love her enough to have that conversation. You just love the Pound Town. And it's the same with some sisters. Y'all love the exterior, but you never actually love the person. You love what y'all did together. The love making, it was nice. But now the brother then, picked up some weight. The brother working all day. He tired when he come home. He don't have the energy to let's go out and let's go wine and dine. So you love the exterior, but do you love that man? Do you love who he is? This is marriage. Marriage is centered on love. The love you have for one another. Doing your courting and dating correctly teaches you how to love the person. Pound Town becomes the extra. That becomes the cherry on top of all the nice ice cream and the whipped cream that you desired, that you fell in love with. But we got it backwards because of the society that we live in. Our parents didn't teach us this. Our forefathers didn't teach us that. We taught Pound Town straight up and down, man. Uh-huh. So now the problem comes in because she not moving like she used to move, or I'm not, as the sister said. If y'all remember the sister first video, if y'all on social media know who the sister is, she had a video that said, "Man, my husband can get it anytime. He can get it here. He can get it there. He can get it then. He can get it then." And now, brother, you upset because you're not getting it like you used to. Because your love was centered around Pound Town. Now the resentment starts setting in. The hatred starts setting in. I don't want to see you. I don't want to talk to you because you're not getting satisfied. But it all starts with being able to understand each other. And the sister, she bringing out some heavy points on both sides.
Mm-hmm. Just keep going. You got more.
Tired. He don't feel like stopping to get flowers or doing something elaborately romantic. But he has to realize those are the things that made her fall in love with him. Some of the things. So before you start complaining about what she's not doing that she used to do, and before you start saying, I'm going to cheat because she's not doing that, in my opinion, cheating is a coward's way out.
And that's true. That's true, because you skipped the most important C and you went the coward route. The most important C was the communication. Yep. You should have been bold enough to communicate why or why not, or what's going on with you, or whatever the case may be, but instead you took the coward way out of pride and disfear the Lord, and you did what you did.
Yep.
That goes for men and women. Right? You got to think about that, because now, now your relationship is in shambles, and now you got to play Bob the Builder or Tiffany the Sewer and try to fix it all up.
Yeah, it's like it, Cap. How if you love a person, and you know that's your person, that's your rib, man. That y'all hanging tough. Why is it hard to say I'm not being pleased sexually?
That's the tough conversation.
Why is it tough?
Why? Yeah.
Because
why are you scared to express how you feeling? It's because all of those things that were broken down in 1 Timothy, where application actually meet the road, where the rubber meet the road, haven't been learned. Because now I'm afraid. You're not afraid to express how much you hate a brother on your job or a sister on your job, your boss doing you dirty, but you scared the one that you're supposed to be vulnerable with, your rib, your pillar of rest, or sisters, your strength, your head, your husband, your Lord, your Adawan. You scared to say, you know, I need you to do this for me, because, you know, I'm starting to become, you know, a little irritated because we not as intimate. Or I need you to do this for me. You scared to have that conversation with your rib? You are willing to spend thousands of dollars to get this sister, but scared to have a conversation?
Yeah, the benevolence.
Because unfortunately, I think so much of our self-worth is tied to intimacy or, you know, or sex, you know, and that's why it's so important to build that foundation of value and self-worth that has nothing to do with, you know, sexuality. So then that way, that by that time, when you grow up and you are in a marriage, your spouse can tell you, hey, you know what? You're great. I love you. This is all good. Can you change like this without you feeling a personal attack, or without them even trying to communicate what they need? Does it make you shut down entirely? So, you know what? I just don't want to do it. You know what I mean? And not even touch it. But then also, it's just like we brought up earlier, communication is a two-way street. Sending the message is just as important as receiving it. And the person that's giving the communication, you got to be mindful, be respectful, and have compassion on the person that you're saying it to. Because, I mean, it is going to sting a little bit. But being able to clearly articulate what you're looking for after doing a self-reflection to see, is what I'm looking for something internal that I need to fix in myself, and I'm just trying to give you to fix it because I don't want to do the work, or if it's something that you actually do need from a partner. Oh yeah, so like I said, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I'm gonna tell you, brothers, if you do not take the time to articulate that properly, a lot of times sisters will feel like you just don't like me at all. You're just not into me. You're just not. And we say, no, we're not. I'm not saying that. But if you don't take heed to do the work on the back end and try and be mindful enough to have the conversation, not in the midst of the thing, but maybe afterward when, you know, when that's not even the topic. The point is just being very intentional with delivering that message.
That's right.
You actually should be happy that your spouse is willing to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Right.
Granted, they say it the right way, but you still even should be thankful that, you know, even though it might have hurt my feelings and he didn't come off the way I wanted him to, or you wanted her to, at least they were honest enough to have that conversation and express that. And now it's either one or two things. I can get emotional about it and not fix it, or I could try to fix it and we can hear each other out.
Right. Because you don't have to take it personally. Because think about it. How many people walking this earth can take a basketball and bounce it? Virtually everybody. How many people walking this earth can take a basketball and throw it in the air? Everybody. But you still had to learn how to play the game.
Yeah.
Just because you got you're physically capable of participating or doing the individual actions, you still have to practice and learn how to do it properly. The same is true in every physical activity.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take it personally if you need to spend time in learning how to perform. Because then your jersey will be on the wall.
That's right.
That's crazy. Let's finish this up.
Because if you don't check yourself before you start complaining about your partner, why are you complaining? Because you're a hypocrite if you want her to be the person that you got with and you're not the person that she got with, okay? Now, y'all know I love y'all, but it is what it is, okay? So again, my husband is on his job, and that's why I treat him the way I treat him. Now, I do it because I love him, and he doesn't have to do certain things for me to treat him a certain way, but that's the way he is with me too. So if you want to lead, and if you want to have her be the woman she used to be, you start being the man that you used to be too, okay? We all grow, we all change, and you're not the same person you were 5-10 years ago because you're growing, right? But you can find a way to reignite that spark. You did it when you was trying to get it for the first time, didn't you? You went all out. You can go all out for the woman you love every now and then. Give her something to remember when you coming on to her every other day. I love y'all. Be well. Now I want to see how many of those same men who was commenting in the last video, anytime he wants it, how many of them are going to comment in this video and say something positive?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Because the last
hold
on, we got to play the last video. Tell you this is the adult class. We got to play the video. I want to play this one first.
Good.
The second part of the video, she says this, and a lot of people have seen this, right? But she's making a point, and I think it's the same point that we're trying to make is we want the marriages to be better. And just because you've changed or you've had children, or you've gained weight, whatever the case may be, you still have to be considerate and nurture the marriage.
That's right.
So this is the video she's talking about.
After work, get it. After dinner, he can get it. In the morning, he can get it. Before the gym, he can get it. That's my man, so he can get it. Before church, he can get it. After church, he can get it. Thank you, Lord. He can get it. In the shower, he can get it.
The point behind this video, right? Y'all get the point. You have to listen to that. The point behind that is every man is going to agree or would send that to the woman. I want this. This is what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. But like the previous video, you've changed. You've changed, dog. You're not even that same lover boy you used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Or sis, you might have started out like this, sister. And he maybe didn't change, but you've changed now. Whether you had children or whatever the case may be, now you've changed. So the point is getting back to that part of the relationship where you're able to have those conversations, you're able to heal and grow, you're able to understand how intimacy nurtures the relationship, right? And does all these things. So we got another video. We got another video. Let's see. Somebody said something. Let me pull this one up.
All right. And real quick, let's see what the Lord has to say about this real quick. Can one brother get me Malachi chapter 2, starting at verse 14, and another brother give me Proverbs chapter 5, starting at verse 18. Now we know that this meaning is twofold, but one of the meanings applies to today, right? To this topic. Can I get Malachi first, Baba Kasha?
Bring it out.
This is the book of Malachi, chapter 2, starting at verse 14.
Yes.
Yet ye say, wherefore? Because the Lord hath been witness between thee and thy wife of thy youth, against whom thou hast dealt treacherously.
You see, the Lord said he's witness against you and your wife of your youth, which implies that y'all have been together a long time. You guys are no longer young. This is the woman who you had when everything was nice and tight together. And now you guys are grown and matured a little bit. And now you're starting to deal with her treacherously. And the Lord says, I'm witness against you. I don't like that. I see what you're doing. I keep going.
Yet is she thy companion.
Yeah.
And the wife of thy covenant.
That is your companion.
That's right.
And you're forgetting that. She's doing life with you. She don't, brother, the Lord cares about her salvation as much as he cares about yours, brother. And if she's trusting you to lead her to Christ, you got so much responsibility, and you would be stupid. You're a fool and selfish to forget that she's your companion. She's doing life with you, dog. And what? And the wife of thy covenant. You made a covenant before the Lord to take care of this woman, to never leave this woman, to lead this woman, to give yourself for this woman. The same way what? Christ gave himself for the church. Keep going.
Continuing in verse 15. And did not he make one?
And he made y'all together. You forgetting that? You think it's all about you? Now you got a wife. You are 50% of that equation, brother. Go ahead.
Yet had he the residue of the spirit. And wherefore one?
Right? Why did he make y'all one? What's the point? What are y'all supposed to do together as one?
That he might seek a godly seed.
So you can have a godly child and family. So I'm saying seed, but the whole point is to legacy and furthering the body of Israel. Like I said, this is twofold. There's another way we can go with this, but stay in the pocket right now. And that's why it says, listen, if you don't even provide for your family, you're worse than an infidel. Like the scripture we paraphrased earlier, don't judge a man until you see his child. A healthy child is a product of a healthy home. That's a fact, right? Keep going.
Therefore, take heed to your spirit, and let none treacherously, Salakia, and let none deal treacherously against the wife of thy youth of his youth.
It says, therefore, you need to take heed to your spirit. Because spirits don't just hop on the woman. Spirits can hop on us too. And one can make an argument, hey, they come through her, didn't hop on me. But the point is, it says, listen, take heed to your spirit. Because if you don't, you can start dealing treacherously with the wife of thy youth. And the Lord said, I'm witness against you. He doesn't like that. The Lord wants you to remember the wife of thy youth and deal with her the same way. Okay? All right, now let's get that in Proverbs. 18.
Let's book of Proverbs chapter 5 and verse 18. Let thy fountain be blessed, and rejoice with the wife of thy youth.
It is Salakia. Rejoice with the wife of thy youth. Right? Again, we know this is twofold, but you get what's happening right now. Rejoice with her. That means be happy with her. That means enjoy it together.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to do that if you're just going through the motions, or if you put more emphasis on being parents than being spouses to one another. Okay? Hey, you got to have a mindset, girl, you and I, we started this gangster-ish. It's us.
That's right.
Period. You know what I'm saying? And you got to rejoice with her. And so, man, it was a dope rule. I think it was the 777 rule. Every 7 days, you go on a date. Every 7 months, you go on a local trip. And every 7 years or something like that, you go out internationally. Or it was something like that. But you make something that works for you, and you make sure that you are rejoicing with the wife of thy youth. All right, keep going.
Verse 19. Let her be as the loving hind in pleasant roe.
Mm-hmm.
Let her breast satisfy thee at all times.
Salakia, stop right there. So listen, if you look at a doe,
Huh? I said that's in the Bible.
That's right.
Hey, it's there. As a matter of fact, let's get Song of Solomon chapter 4, and we gonna get 10 after that. But it says, listen, when you think about a doe, it's graceful. It's graceful and it's beautiful. If you actually stop and look at a deer, you can see the muscles and the way all the contours of his body. Look, it's so nice. It make you want to attack it. All right. It make you just want to pounce on it and attack it like a predator. That's the same way you're supposed to look at the wife of thy youth, homie. And then it says, let her what? Let her breast satisfy thee at all times. Don't lose attraction to your wife. Oh, come. Right?
Okay.
Let her breast fill you at all times with delight. That means back then, that means today, and that means tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Be intoxicated, be drunk, like what Beyonce say, drunk in love. Be drunk with it. That means you gotta get like that, and it's impossible to have that level of affection, desire with your wife if you're not focusing on the companionship and the communication and all of the other things. Like the brother said, the sex is the cherry on top. Because if you don't know that it's mental for you too, brother, think about how you used to react when you hugged that girl you like.
That's right.
He was ready to go. Just
That's
think
right.
about it. Ooh. Versus you doing something with somebody, just whatever, and you like, oh, okay, I can get there. But you know what I'm saying? It's showing you it's mental for you too, brother. Mm-hmm. And sister, it seems like we got a lot of pressure to perform. Hey, you should be ready whenever I want to do it. You need to be ready, but you're not considering his mind state. You're not considering it. I may not. I got to art with you, so yeah, I'm gonna perform, but I want to be happy. I want to come over there and just be like, wow, you know what time it is, and I'm trying not to be vulgar. So that's it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, boom, that's it. That is the 777. Every 7 days you go on a date. Every 7 weeks you spend a night away together, right? Every 7 months, take a vacation. Every 7 years, reevaluate, renew, or reinvent the relationship just to keep it spunky. And listen, get creative with it. Have fun with it. All right, listen, this is your time to pick the date. All right, it's your time. All right, this is what I'm gonna do, and it's something that it can help you guys stay focused on one another and maintain that love and that intimacy and keeping it fun.
That's
right.
You understand?
Hey, Salaki, Cap.
Go ahead.
Hey, to your point, sex is not an apology. Sex is not a tool to remove accountability for an issue that y'all haven't dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just give it up and that makes everything better. No, because when it's over, that issue is still there. You got to take accountability, whether it's the man or the woman. Just a simple look. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoke the way that I spoke to you, or I shouldn't have said what I said or acted in a manner, that showed that you weren't my wife or that you weren't my husband. Take accountability. Don't use sex as a weapon or a level of defense.
Mm-mm.
Take accountability. You can't sex it away.
Can't do that.
You gotta talk about it. You gotta deal. See, marriage, when you love a person, man, you don't want to hurt them. Yeah. You don't. You wanna please them. Salakia Cap.
Go ahead.
A brother, give me 1 Corinthians 7, I think it's 4.
That too. All right, we're gonna go there. Let's do it.
One.
And I'm holding that Song of Solomon 4 and 5 for you guys.
The book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 7 and verse 4. The wife hath not power over her own body.
Slacky, go ahead and start at verse 2.
Verse 2. Nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband.
Yo, and I wanna inference this real quick, because it seems there's a lot of communication and a lot of talk about multiple wives. If you have not explored every avenue with your wife, having another one is off the table. It's off the table. I need to explore every avenue. Read between the lines of what I'm saying. I need to explore every avenue with my rib. And if I have not done that, that conversation is off the table. Keep reading.
Verse 3. That the husband render unto the wife due benevolence, and likewise also the wife unto the husband.
So we got to come together. But what happens when my sexual experience is higher than my wife, or my wife's sexual experience is higher than mine? Problems can arise. But what can combat that problem? What we said before, communication. If you're not being sexually satisfied to the point, and man, me and my rib been at this for a long time. You can have brothers or sisters that are married, will lay with their spouse and get up and go and watch porn. How does that happen? Somebody is not being satisfied. Somebody is not being pleased. This is what happens from over sexual stimulation. When you've been cultivated in a culture that constantly pushes hypersexualization, this type of thing happens. So you got to be willing to do what? Have the conversation. You got to be honest with your wife or honest with your husband. Proverbs 15:1 say what? A soft answer turneth away wrath. So to be able to have that conversation, it takes tact. You gotta have some skill. So how do you go about that? How does that conversation start? Does it start after we finish going to Pound Town? No. It cannot. Because somebody's going to get offended. So we got to be mature and be able to have this conversation at the right time. When things is going good as well, you know, sun is shining, we having a good day. Hey, sweetheart, let me ask you a question. And I want you to be honest with me. Now, when you had this conversation, you got to be mature enough to handle the response, because I'm going to tell you the right way to have this conversation. The way you have this conversation is not by pointing the finger. It's by turning the conversation around. So what does that look like? Hey, you know, I know, you know, we do our thing together, but is it enjoyable to you? Is it anything that you want me to do that I don't do? Is it anything you need me to do to help make it more pleasurable? That opens up the conversation. And then when she answers, now it's your turn. A response should reciprocate. But you got to be willing to take that criticism, and you got to be willing to change. You got to be willing to explore. You got to be willing. Keep reading that scripture.
It's more.
Verse 4. The wife had not power over her own body, but the husband. And likewise, also the husband hath not power over his own body, but the wife.
So you don't have power over your own body. Your body belongs to your spouse. Husband, your body belongs to your rib. Sis, your body belongs to your husband. There should be nothing that, let me not get us knocked off the channel. There should be nothing that a husband can't explore with his wife. The same a wife with her husband. If a wife needs a certain thing, it's your time, brother. Sis, if your husband needs a certain thing, and why do we do this? Read Salakia.
Hold on. And obviously, he's speaking in the realm of the commandments, okay?
Yes.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gotta say it.
We ain't talking about no wickedness.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we ain't talking about that.
No.
We're talking about what makes a marriage honorable.
Thank you.
So you have to be willing to supply that need for your wife. Sis, you got to be willing to supply that need for your husband. Now, we know certain things sisters gonna say, certain things brother gonna say. But guess what? You chose him. Now, because you failed to explore his mind and how he was brought up, you know, that actually getting to know that person, hey, some things you gotta deal with, because all my cards are on the table and my body count might be through the roof. I gotta unpack that, and I need your help for me to unpack it the same way you need my help to unpack yours. It's a mutual experience. It shouldn't be to the degree that you can't have this conversation. And the next video, it really goes into what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So keep reading on verse 5.
Verse 5. Verse 5. Defraud ye not one another.
Whoa. Defraud ye not one the other. So that's dealing with a need that your husband or your wife may have. Don't defraud her. because you may not be as experienced in that area. Hey, that's why we practice. Practice makes perfect. You gotta be willing. Hey, you like this or you like that? You gotta be willing to communicate. Even in the midst of intimacy, communicate. We not burning frankincense and myrrh when it's time to do.
Talking through that thing, boy.
That's right. Y'all gotta that's what this is about, man. If you expect your marriage to work, you gotta communicate. You gotta be willing to submit to each other. Don't say, I don't do that. Hey, listen. Yeah. Because you can push your spouse to somebody else. And that goes both ways.
Very true.
So to avoid fornication, you gotta be able to communicate with your spouse. You gotta meet your spouse at the need that they have. So that means, hey, you got a learning curve. So in that learning curve, hey, we gotta work on it. Even if it means, hey, just for a little bit, and then as you work your way up, you become perfect.
Yeah.
But it takes as Cap said, it takes a mature conversation. Mm-hmm. You gotta be willing, and don't look at it as, well, you just want me to be like somebody else. No, he don't want you to be like somebody else because he could have been with somebody else. He wants you to fulfill his need the same way he wants to fulfill yours.
That's right.
You should find pleasure in pleasuring your spouse.
Right.
If you don't find pleasure in pleasuring your spouse, y'all not communicating. Your marriage is spiraling downhill. Yep. Because I want to know what you want. The same way we can have a conversation on what we eating for dinner, we can have a conversation on that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, pro tip. So
go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, pro tip. If you put focus on her pleasure, yours, it's 10 times better. Yes. And once you open that door, brother.
Talk to him, Cat.
Hey, you open that door, the floodgate. You're literally opening the floodgates, brother. But if you, because
Hey, since we here already, let's do the video. Then we'll get the precepts. Right, because this video is kind of long. I know we can't get through all of this here. And she's going. Hold on. Let me put this here first. And they starting off fast with this conversation. Now we talking mature, family, because that's what we about to do. They start off with a question off the bat.
We can't hear it, Cat.
We can't hear it.
Can't hear it? Hold on. Let me do this. Let me know if you can hear it now. And let me say this. This isn't to talk about intimacy and sex. This is not that kind of conversation. Not a sexology class either. This is to help couples who are going through situations like this, or brothers that have the experiences we've talked about, or women that have the experiences that we've talked about, heal that relationship and persuade or advocate for the communication to happen.
That's right.
Because a lot of relationships, again, are failing because the lack of these communications. So this class is to spark the communication, not so you can point a finger and say, well, Aharon said this and the Kawashah said this, and then he played that sister, and you're not actually doing. It's not to point a finger. It's so we can have the conversation. If the conversation doesn't go well, then we can step into a council if need be. Right, that's the conference call that brothers and sisters can call into. But that's what this is about. It's not about a conversation of just, you know, if you understood what we experienced through councils as the leadership of SOT and what we hear, a lot of it is, I'm talking about marital counsel, a lot of it is sex and communication. People are not happy with those two things. So us as leadership, we said there has to be a class on this, and there has to be mature talk, and we have to talk about things that's going to make some people a little uncomfortable. We're going to have to discuss some things that we usually don't talk about on class. We usually discuss it as men, and women discuss it as women. So we created this space. We're going to talk about it now.
That's right.
So listen good. Let me know if you can hear that.
How often should couples have sex? Married couples.
I think that depends on the couple. You know, honestly, I will say, you know, for me, I personally, I don't even know if you think this, but I personally keep it like an every other day thing for me, because I like to keep sex like in a rhythm. I know I don't want to go more than like 2 days without sex. Me personally, in my mind, I just keep it that like, I know that if I didn't have sex yesterday, if we didn't do that yesterday, well, then I know today, okay, let me start to get ready. But then even like, let's say something happens and we don't do it today. I know the next day it's like, okay, just in my mind, you know, I'm just keeping track, just little in my mind that like by the third day, okay, we have to really make time to do this.
I think that's very good. And I think you just blew somebody's wig off their head.
I'm just saying that is not for everyone, but for me, it's real easy for me to know. Okay, did I have sex yesterday? No, I didn't. Okay, let me go. Let me make sure I do this today.
Okay, listen. So they define a sexless marriage as having sex less than 10 times a year.
I know that blows my mind.
Okay. Now, there's some people that's like 12. They do it once a month or once every other week. And your answer is good. It's politically correct. Oh, we don't know. And it's true. Every couple has to determine their own sex rhythms. But I feel like if you're not having sex at least once a week, you really need to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And so
and this conversation has to be, a lot of men will run away from this conversation and they'll find the pleasure somewhere else. So like the guy said, most men gonna say every day, most likely. But what he said was her answer is politically correct. Obviously, you have to figure that out with your own spouse, what works for you all. We're not judging our relationship off what others do. That doesn't make sense. But that's a part of the due benevolence.
That's right.
What she said that I did like, and how both individuals should think is, yo, we haven't done this in a while. Why not? Then you have to have that conversation. Get the scripture again in 1 Corinthians
7.
Yeah, 7. Read 4 and 5 again.
Count on one. This is the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 7. Continuing in verse 4, the wife hath not power over her own body, but the husband. And likewise, also the husband hath not power of his own body, but the wife.
That means you have to give yourself over to your spouse, to the one you're in the relationship with. That's why she said something wise. She said it has to be methodical. It has to be thoughtful.
That's right.
That, whoa, we haven't done this in a while. We gotta plan, schedule it. Maybe we even need to use our resources and get a babysitter if y'all have children and figure it out.
That's right.
You gotta find someone that you can trust. Hey, we're gonna go out for 2 hours. Do you mind? And make it 2 hours so you can do it again. Don't be 2 hours and you're gone for 5 hours, okay? But you have to be making that time, and it has to be methodical.
That's right.
Or you're defrauding one another and you probably don't even know why, or there's a problem happening and you're missing it.
That's right.
Go ahead and
and it's very important. Scroll up to verse 2. Brother, read the beginning of verse 2.
Very key.
Count of one. This is 1 Corinthians 7 and verse 2. Nevertheless, to avoid fornication.
Right there. So why are we rendering due benevolence? Why is it important for us to come together in this manner? Because I don't want my rib falling into fornication. Or you don't want your husband falling into fornication. So I'm protecting you. This is a form of love. It's a form of love, a form of protection for the marriage, because I don't want to see you fall. So guess what? Hey, listen, I know life been lifing, and we ain't been together in a week. We ain't been together in 2 weeks. Yo, hey, I'm gonna be home so and so time. And you gotta make that space for each other, because that's a husband has to protect his wife, and a wife has to protect her husband. And this is a form of that. To avoid fornication. Fornication is taking our nation out.
It's taking us out. It's taking us out, and it's being promoted. The promiscuous is being promoted at an all-time high. It's so easy. You can Instagram it. You can what is called Uber Eats it. Uber Eats a woman at this point if you want it.
And that's a fact.
Literally, I had a brother in the world. He went across seas to a different country. He said, "Yo, this is crazy, bro." I said, "What's happening?" He said, "Bro, they got like Uber Eats women. You can Uber Eat 5 of them at a time and be with all of them at once." I said, "You know what my counsel was?" I say, "That's a problem." I wasn't. Oh, yeah, no, that's a problem, bro. You're gonna come back to America. You're never gonna be able to be satisfied. How are you ever gonna be married and have a family if you're doing that? It's gonna be impossible. Why you think rappers can't do it? Why you think ball players and celebrities, it's hard for them to do it? Because they have women, even women. Because you have it at such a demand, you have it whenever you want. Now, just to be with one, you can't do it. So now you're falling, but it's the same thing for brothers and sisters in the truth. You're not giving due benevolence, and guess what happens? You're falling into fornication. Guess what? That sister's right. You are a coward if you've done that, practice that. Sis, you are a coward if you've done that or practiced that. Because what did you do? Instead of having the conversation about getting your due benevolence, you did something else. And that's what we're trying to stop. That's why conversations like that are so important.
That's right.
Because so many things could be managed and fixed or corrected if we had those conversations. Stay right here, but give me Ecclesiastes 9 and 9.
This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 9, beginning at verse 9. Live joyfully with the wife whom thou lovest all the days of the life of thy vanity.
There you have it. You got to be trying to live joyfully with your wife. That means doing the vacation. That means spending the you time without the children and whoever else is involved. You always want to do a double date. Do a single date. You know what I'm saying? You gotta nurture that relationship.
That's right.
Or that's right. So the Destiny Child, you gotta put the Destiny's Child on and put the rose petals on the floor, and you don't gotta be elaborate all the time. You could do the dinner at the house. You could do a staycation. But the problem is, like I said, fornication is plaguing the Black, Hispanic, and Native American culture to actually where fornication is normal. And now I have friends in the world, they're asking me, how do you do this? Marriage is not normal. They say, how is it possible to be with it married? How? Mm-hmm. They're asking me, what's the benefit? Right now, I could be with her and be with all of them. What's your benefit? That's the mindset of the world. There is no benefit in something that God called honorable. So we have to make it honorable now. And to continue to keep it honorable, you got to be doing 1 Corinthians 7 on down. I'll read it again. Right?
It's the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 7, starting at verse 4. The wife hath not power over her own body, but the husband. And likewise also the husband hath not power of his own body, but the wife.
Come on.
Verse 5, defraud ye not one the other.
Read.
Except it be with consent for a time, that ye may give yourselves to fasting and prayer. Come together again, but Satan tempt you not for your impotence.
It says you and Paul told you better make sure you come together too.
That's right.
Or Satan is gonna do what?
Tempt you.
He's gonna tempt you. Let's get this word. Read this definition.
This is the definition of incontinency. Refers to the involuntary loss of bodily control, most commonly involving the inability to control the bladder or bowels.
Right. So if you're incontinent in bowels, that means you just urine all over yourself or you poop all over yourself. You're incontinent. But what Paul is speaking of is in your emotions for your lust.
Keep reading that.
So you have yes, there you go. Keep going.
Historically, the term also referred to a lack of self-restraint regarding one's passions, desires, or sexual appetite.
Fornication.
That's the definition of the Salakia. In the Greek, it's porneo or porneia, and it's illicit sexual intercourse.
That's right.
And then it lists also homosexuality, which a lot of people may not know. Paul teaches against this. Christ teaches against this because they'll like to say, Christians will say that, it's not, homosexuality is not taught against in the New Testament, but it is. But you got to go into the Greek to learn that.
That's right. The word illicit sexual acts mean illegal sexual acts. Means that means acts that are not granted through the law. So Leviticus 18 could go with all of that. Right? But even Paul says you have to make a consent not to do that.
That's right.
You cannot just defraud in the marriage. There has to be consent, and let that be done. And look how he's explaining it. Except it be for a consent that ye may give yourselves to fasting and praying. So you better be fasting and praying during this consent of time, because Satan will come tempt you.
That's right.
And you won't be able to control your sexual desires. That's the definition. That's why it's so important. You got to be able to, like Ecclesiastes said, live joyfully with your wife.
And Salakia.
Go ahead, Art.
One brother, give me that Proverbs 5 and read verse 20. But the sister said something. My favorite thing about what she said is hey, if it didn't happen today, I think it's going to happen. Let me get ready. That means she's being intentional and preparing herself to build up that intimacy, whatever that means. And I think a lot of times, if let's just say if it's been a period of lack of intimacy, one person might be ready. Let's just turn on the button. And when it doesn't happen, they feel discouraged, defeated, et cetera, right? But really putting the emphasis on warming the car up before you go to drive it a day or days before. A lot of time that has to do with the communication, because there may be some unresolved things or just figuring out what your spouse needs. And that goes both ways.
That's right.
And if you get ready. You're not getting ready for the action. You're getting ready for the feeling, the intimacy, all of that gives way to the action.
Mhm.
And if you're intentional on how to just to where you just want each other so bad, that in itself will move mountains. That in itself will move mountains. So make sure you understand yes, by the way. Get ready. And that has everything to do with just being intentional. Because read that Proverbs 5 and 20.
Another one. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 5 and verse 20.
Mhm.
And why wilt thou, my son, be ravished with a strange woman,
Mhm.
and embrace the bosom of a stranger?
Why would you choose that over dealing with your wife who's got years of learning you exactly what you want? Because you spent the time to build that. Because it's a communication. It's a dance. Why would you forego that to dance and deal with a stranger and embrace the bosom of a stranger? When if you do what the Lord is suggesting, what we are suggesting, and focus on rebuilding the foundation of your relationship and your intimacy, it'll blow anything that a stranger can do for you out the water. You won't even want it because they don't even know you. But if you're not focusing on that, you're going to do what? Take the coward's way out and look for strangers, or let's keep it real, pay for people who specialize in that particular thing that you want. Now, you're going to do that with someone who doesn't care about you, doesn't love you, who does not value you, and is not committed to your well-being, but is just you a trick, literally.
Mm-hmm.
And we know PNC is a thing, right? And then once that kicks in, guess what? You still gonna have to go home and now deal with your own demons. You understand? When can we get that Wisdom of Solomon 4? I mean, Song of Solomon 4 and 10 real quick, because this is what it should be.
Salaki.
Go ahead.
This is Song of Solomon, chapter 4, starting at verse 10. How fair is thy love, my sister, my spouse. How much better is thy love than wine.
Right? Now you see the Salaki. So that's we're talking about that. What? Being drunk in love, being intoxicated with that. How fair is thy love? This is the person. Now, if you get spiritual, this is all in the mind. This is all in the mind. This is before the act is even taking place.
That's right.
This is what you can have if you put the emphasis and focus on building that intimacy or rebuilding it. Right? Go ahead.
And the smell of thine ointments than all spices.
Hey, listen. Watch this.
Mature conversation, Adawan.
Yeah. Want me to continue?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Y'all got to be mature in the chat too.
Verse 11. Thy lips, O my spouse, drop as the honeycomb, honey and milk.
So you see, this is him just enjoying everything about his wife. That's prior to the action. Matter of fact, you done there. Read Song of Solomon 1 and 12.
This is the Song of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 12. While the king sitteth at his table, my spikenard sendeth forth the smell thereof.
What you think the spikenard is? It ain't perfume. You see, but that's what happens when you guys have built that intimacy. She ain't even got to touch him, but she's saying her spikenard. I would encourage y'all to look that up, look what that is. Send forth this smell, and it's like, oh, how sweet that is, better than any fragrance. You see that? You see what you can have if you focus on this, especially men, because a lot of times we get too kind of physical and negate the mental and emotional elements that go into being prepared for this. You know, let me right there.
Get back into this video. We're only going to play about 3-4 minutes of this video, and then we'll touch on something else. And then we'll take some questions. Let me get to it. Brothers making good points, man. There's some good questions in the chat too. We starting those. Like, brothers see questions in the chat that y'all want to take. Just make sure you start those, and we'll take some of those questions.
Everyone, but for me, it's real easy for me to know. Okay, that like by the third day, okay, we have to really make time to do this.
I think that's very good, and I think you just blew somebody's wig off their head.
I'm just saying that is not for everyone, but for me, it's real easy for me to know. Okay, did I have sex yesterday? No, I didn't. Yeah. Okay, let me go. Let me make sure I do this today.
Okay, listen. So they define a sexless marriage as having sex less than 10 times a year.
That would be about one time a month.
Okay. Now, there's some people that's like 12. They do it once a month or once every other week. And your answer is good. It's politically correct. Oh, we don't know. And it's true. Every couple has to determine their own sex rhythms. But I feel like if you're not having sex at least once a week, you really need to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And so if I was to give you like straight up, we're sitting in Starbucks and I'm not going to be judged and stuff like that. I would tell you, you ask your spouse, how often would you like to have sex? Okay, you get a number from them. If they say every day, every other day, and then I said once a week, okay, what I would do is I would try to submit to the person who's wants to do it the most, or at least talk about meeting it halfway.
And that was a heavy point he made too, that submission aspect of the relationship.
That's right.
Right, the scriptures, get that scripture, what's the Ephesians, where it says we submit one to another.
One.
Right, that has to be. Let's look at that word, submission. All right, we're getting a lot of definitions. Look at this word. Somebody read that for me.
This is the definition of submission.
Color one. Submission in marriage is the dynamic of mutual respect and cooperation where partners put the well-being of each other above personal pride.
Right, so you're putting the well-being of your spouse above your own personal pride. I don't want to do this. I don't like doing that. He don't like doing this. You're not submitting to the marriage to keep it fruitful. Now, something obviously, and I'm gonna say this again, we're not talking about things that you want to let. We're not talking about things on the left-hand side at all, right? At period, right? But it takes a level of maturity to be able to submit in the marriage in that way or manner, right? And you have to ask yourself, are you even, sexually mature enough to have that conversation?
That's right.
He said you got to be able to sit down and ask that question. Or you got to be able to communicate, why isn't it happening? Is there a problem in a relationship? Or you got to figure out, hey, do we need to go to counsel? Do we need to talk and have a mediator and we trying to figure this out? Because what did you say, about it doesn't do what? Sex, it doesn't heal or fix the relationship. You said something wise, right? So it's not going to fix the problem. If you have that conversation, but there's still a problem lingering, every other day or every day, like most men want it, as the sister said in the chat, it's not going to fix it because there's still a lingering problem that hasn't been discussed. So that even has to be talked about. That has to get ironed out, right? Sex is not an apology, is what he said, right? Thank you. Right? You can't use it. Okay, well, we're not doing it. Let's try it every day. Let's go on a 7-day sexual challenge. That's not going to fix the relationship if there's other problems that's not being discussed. So those things have to be communicated as well. Or you're doing a disservice to the marriage and you're trying to apologize with intimacy. And that's not how you apologize. All right, get that scripture for me.
This is the book of Ephesians, chapter 5, beginning at verse 21.
Bring it up.
Submitting yourselves one to another in the fear of God.
Say it again.
Submitting yourselves one to another in the fear of God.
So the scripture says you got to submit yourselves one to another, but also it has to be in the fear of God. That's the relationship. That's what brought you all together, is this beautiful word, the truth, the keeping of the commandments, the faith in Christ, right? So the submitting one to another has to be in that realm. So we have to be fulfilling the roles, right? Keep reading.
Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands.
Come on.
As unto the Lord.
It says you got to submit yourselves unto your husband as unto Christ. You got to ask yourself, is that what you're doing? Some maybe yes, some can be improved, right? Some aren't because of a reason. These are the things we're trying to fix. Is we got to fix the why aren't we? Keep reading though. It's more.
For the husband is the head of the wife.
Come on.
Even as Christ is the head of the church.
Read.
And he is the savior of the body.
Come on.
Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything.
Let's stop real quick. Let me ask my sisters that's watching. Because when you say the word submissive in the world, people look down upon that, and most women hate that term. Mm-hmm. They would rather be unalive than be submissive. Right? I want my sisters in the chat. What does it mean to be submissive? We're going to give you 30 seconds. What does it mean to be submissive? That one answer. You might gotta.
No, they're coming in.
Take time. Definitely a word that's frowned upon. My sister said, lovingly yield to your husband. Okay, I like that. What does that mean, though? Sister Tiara said, it means your desire should be to your husband to listen because the Most High put him in place to guide you. I like that. To be at peace with your husband and trust his leading. She said, attending to my husband, listen, learn, and follow. The world is hating y'all answers right now. Yield to your husband / authority. Godly obedience. Yielding to your spouse. To cater to your husband and the Most High's will. Q said maybe another 30 seconds. Let him lead. Let him take the lead. Right? That's a good point. Let me hear from the brothers. What do brothers think? Any brothers on the panel? How would y'all describe this? Because we get asked this, what does it mean for a woman to submit? How do you define this? Right? What do y'all got?
Go ahead, Cap.
I think it's a sister allowing or trusting that the Lord is leading her man and allow that leadership to go forth and trusting that he's walking in the steps of the Lord and not just looking to him, but seeing that he's being directed by the Lord. So I'm willing to submit because I trust you.
Good answer.
That you took the word out of my mouth was trust. Submission is faithfulness to God, because your submission to your husband is a direct reflection of your submission to God.
Yes.
because a wife is supposed to submit to her husband in the fear of the Lord, or as she would to the Lord in everything. So she has to be faithful to the Most High to be faithful to you. If she's not faithful to the Most High, her submission level is going to be trash.
Yeah, that's right. See what the chat got. Anybody else on the panel? Yeah, ask the sisters first. Hey, my brothers ain't saying nothing because you gotta teach the definition.
That's right.
Right. It says it takes faith to trust your husband as he submits to Christ. Her trusting in my decisions, trusting that I'm walking in the will of the Most High and not in my own ignorance. I need to clean up my answer. LOL. That's fair. That's fair. There's a lot of good answers in the chat, right? The reason I asked this question is because a lot of times we point the finger at submission and you're not being submissive. But a lot of times as the man, you can't even elaborate what it is. And as the woman, you have the definition, but are you being that? So it takes both of us to even grow in that progress.
That's right.
Right? So even that conversation is granted to have. Obviously, it's going to go through your action, right? But even that conversation, right? For me, I like to say it's like being cooperative. I give synonyms for cooperative, kind, gentle.
Salaki.
Right? Go ahead, I
don't know if I can be heard. Salaki, can I be heard?
We hear you now. I thought I heard you say something earlier, but we hear you now.
I would like to say, like, my definition would be to agree. To agree. To kind of add on to I don't want Haran and I don't want God was shy. We'd have to understand it. Our wives would have to understand it as far as if your husband has proven himself to be a godly man, you have to value his wisdom and his direction. Not to say that you can't get advice from your wife and you walk and sit down and you can find some things that you both agree on that she suggests. But when it comes down to the final decision being made, I would say you all have to agree that your husband is making the right decision. That would be my definition of
That's why I said cooperative. Because even though she might not agree, she's still cooperative. And even if she doesn't agree, she's cooperative enough to even help further your decision.
Mm-hmm.
Being kind, being gentle, soft girl energy, right? Not argumentative, right? Not rash, not what's the word? What's this word I'm looking for? Not crass. Combative in the speech. There you go. Contentious, right? You don't have those attributes. That's how you gotta be like, you gotta be agreeable. You gotta be, cooperate. You gotta know how to cooperate, right? You don't want to be standoffish, right? These are things that we gotta work on, right? As our sisters, because truth be told, our sisters have to be able to teach this to the younger women.
That's right. On
how to be that. So then you have to give examples of how you're doing that. Because this is what this truth is about. Right? Granted, we could leave tomorrow. We could have left here yesterday, but the Most High might not take us out of here. It could be our children's children. So we need to know how to minister these lessons to those that need it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, let's keep reading on that because there's more.
Still in Ephesians. Count that one. Husbands, love your wives even as Christ also loved the church.
Now let's stop again. Another 30 seconds. Husbands, explain this verse. Not brothers. Explain this verse. How do you love your spouse, your wife, as Christ loved the church? 30 seconds. Akim, y'all let me down. There was not one. Okay, they rolling in. Because I had a few sisters. They was quick. All right, let's see what we got. Giving your life to the scripture. All right, I would say that's good, but I would say it's more than giving your life. All right. That's a good answer. Be willing to protect, provide, be a priest in law, down your life for her. Lay down your life for her. Right? Christ loved the church enough to give himself for it. But what does that mean? I think every man, without this knowledge, is possibly willing to give himself, his life for his spouse. So what do you mean by that? He said Mark 10. Read that. Let's read this. Elon. Precept.
10, where you want to start? Thought I don't want to see the book of Mark, chapter 10, starting at verse 43. But so it shall not be among you, but whosoever will be great among you shall be your minister.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 44, and whosoever of you will be the chiefest shall be servant of all.
Kind of breaking up. You are frozen, actually.
Salaki. Don Yali, you read it. You read it. Salaki.
One. The book of Mark, chapter 10 and verse 43, and it reads, But so shall it not be among you, but whosoever will be great among you shall be your minister. And whosoever of you will be the chiefest shall be servant of all. For even the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister, and to give his life a ransom for many.
All right, so basically giving his life for the church. You got to be willing to do that. But look what the general says here. Not even a lot of words, but it hits hard. Shalom to the general too. Sacrificing your everything for the betterment of her and the family. That's what it's about. Not just giving your life, making the proper sacrifices. That's what Christ came to do. He came as the lamb without blemish to sacrifice himself for the church. Meaning he died to make your life better, to take away your sins. So you have to be willing to sacrifice yourself for the betterment of your family and your spouse. It's a heavy point. So her submission is just as important as your sacrifice.
That's right.
We get caught up on submit, but your sacrifice is as just important. All right, let's keep reading on that.
Count that one. That he may sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word.
Come on.
That he might present it to himself a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle or any such thing.
That's where the sacrifice comes, because now your family is now presented as this glorious thing.
That's right.
Because you're taking care of the necessities at home. You're making sure the home is staying leveled. That's what Christ's job was to do. Any scoffers came, he cut that up. Anybody need to be healed, he dealt with that too. They was making a foolery in the church, he had to bring out the whip for that. He kept everything stable. It's your job. Your energy, my brother told me this one time. He said, man, your energy, I never noticed this just dating. Your energy when you come home for work dictates really the household.
That's right.
As soon as you stay, if you come in joyful, daddy's home, let's happy, that could be the energy. You come home, long day of work, Get off me. Going to the shop. That could be the energy of the house. Because you're that leader. So the energy and the vibe is gonna follow after you.
Come on.
So we gotta be thinking about these things. Keep reading on.
But that it should be holy and without blemish. So ought men to love their wives as their own bodies.
So you gotta love your wife as your own body. Don't you make plenty of sacrifices for yourself? How hard do you go for self? So you gotta make that same, you gotta go that same amount for your spouse. Read it again. They didn't hear that. Brothers, stop. Brothers ain't even where y'all them at, man. Where you at? What now y'all at now? Brothers, man.
This is the book of Ephesians, chapter 5, now at verse 28.
Bring it out.
So ought men to love their wives as their own bodies.
It says you gotta love your wife as your own body. How much effort and energy do you put in yourself in self-care? In your own body. Paul says, hey man, you gotta love yourself like that. I mean your spouse like that. Keep reading.
He that loveth his wife loveth himself.
If you love your wife, you love yourself.
That's right.
If you don't love your wife, do you love yourself? Why would you put yourself in this situation to be with someone you don't love? You didn't love you. That was ill-advised. Keep reading.
For no man ever yet hated his own flesh.
Yep.
But nourisheth and cherisheth it, even as the Lord the church.
So you gotta you gotta nourish and cherish that woman, man. And we ain't talking about the woman is God here. That's not what we're dealing with.
I don't know.
But in marriage, there's an understanding of how the man should treat his spouse or the woman and how the woman should be with him. We got to get more in tune with that aspect of marriage. You got to love being married. You got to love doing that.
That's right.
Because if not, Satan is going to creep in.
Salakia.
Go ahead.
Brother, give me Wisdom of Solomon 3 and 11.
Get out.
Kind of one. Salakia, can I be heard?
Yep.
This is the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3 and verse 11. Let our strength be the law of justice.
No, that's Wisdom of Solomon 3 and 11.
Oh, Salakia, that was chapter 2. Salakia. This is the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3 and verse 11. For whoso despiseth wisdom and nurture, he is miserable.
Salakia. If you despise nurture, if you negate that, if you put more emphasis on being a lion, running it, and being a commanded in your house and forget the nurture, eventually you're going to become miserable. Help her help you. Right? Keep going.
And their hope is vain. Their labors unfruitful, and their works unprofitable.
So as you're continuing to build and trying to pour into this relationship, it's going to be unfruitful, and your work is going to be in vain. Then you're going to feel frustrated, and then you're going to be blaming her when it was really your fault because you forgot to nurture your wife. Look at verse 12. Look at the after effects of it too.
Verse 12. Their wives are foolish and their children wicked.
You see what's going to happen? And you don't want to be that man you're now an elder man and it's too late. Now you're seeing these negative attributes manifest in your children because now they have children. And they don't want to hear what you got to say because the moment you try to tell them how to be a better parent, they reminding you of what you didn't do. You can do it today, right? Keep going.
Cut it off. Verse 13. Their offspring is cursed. Therefore, blessed is the barren that is undefiled, which hath not known the sinful bed. She shall have fruit in the visitation of souls.
You see, your offspring can be cursed. If you do not nourish your wife today, you are perpetuating the generational curses. Period, point blank. Do not discount the importance of nourishment to your wife. And that takes what? That takes care. That takes intention. That takes sacrifice. Because guess what? Christ didn't only just sacrifice himself for those of us that were in order. He did it for those of us that were out of order. It's the sick that need a doctor. So that doesn't mean when your wife is doing everything that you say, but it's also doing it when it's in a low period.
Right. And let's get Tobit real quick.
8 and 7.
Yep.
All right.
Let's get Tobit.
It's the book of Tobit, chapter 8 and verse number 7.
Mm-hmm.
And now, O Lord, I take not this my sister for lust, but uprightly.
See, that's the starting ground. We might have to do a courting class. Aki. We probably gonna have to do a courting, how to court. Because a lot of times you get caught up in this. Are we saying you're not gonna desire the person you want to be with? Of course you are. We understand. But a lot of you are taking women, a lot of you are taking brothers out of lust, not uprightly.
That's right.
Solely out of lust. Read on.
Therefore, mercifully ordain that we may become aged together.
Because the intent of marriage is to do it for how long? Chat, how long should the marriage last? You said it. Say it, Aharon.
Forever and ever and ever.
That's how long it should last.
That's right.
So think about when people tell me like, yo, we courted for 3 months and then we laid together and we're married. I'm like, wait, you committed the marital acts, the consummation of the marriage in 3 months. You couldn't wait, but the marriage is intended to last for a lifetime.
Bro.
So you got the next 30 years to sleep with this individual. But you couldn't wait 3 months. You couldn't wait. I mean, you folded in 3 months. You couldn't wait a year and a half. You didn't think to come to counsel. You didn't think to talk to brothers. You didn't think to bring the sister around. You didn't think to bring the brother around. We're making too many decisions out of lust. And when you make a lifetime contract out of lust, Satan is in love with this decision. I'm going to fold this one. Because the scripture says, do nothing without advice.
That's right.
Do you see, when you read Tobit, you see the journey he took to find a woman? Think about the journey Tobit took. Think about Jacob. He waited and waited and waited. He waited years. We're folding in 3 months. We're folding in 6 months. We're folding in a month. And she looking at you, we married. You looking at her like, nah. Because we're making lifetime decisions off lust.
That's right.
And that's what this class is also intended to stop. Because not only are you making lifetime decisions off lust, you're making detrimental mistakes off lust.
Brother.
Detrimental mistakes. Satan is waiting to take you captive.
That's right.
He's waiting for you to be, the scriptures told you, you're going to be 7 times worse than before. Let you be a teacher. let you be a pillar, let you get elevated. Satan's coming out. I'm gonna warn everybody. You join the camp as a soldier, in your life, you're already gonna have problems. But you put in your mind you're gonna do the work, Satan's coming out.
Prepare thyself for temptation.
Satan's coming out. You get elevated, ooh, Satan's coming. Officer, Satan's coming out. You a single brother? What you doing? Satan's coming out. You become a captain and a teacher, and people start loving you, and you become a great speaker. Satan's coming out. You start telling people how to live their life. Satan's coming out. Sis, you become a pillar of rest. You start molding the younger sisters. You start innovating and making the camp better in different ways that a woman should. Satan's coming, sis. You start changing your lifestyle from who you used to be. Satan's coming, sis. You start being submissive and encouraging and teaching other women how to do that. Satan's coming, sis. And then when Satan's come, guess where it also is coming? Y'all been together for 5 years? Satan's coming to that marriage. Oh, y'all made it to the 10-year anniversary. Satan's coming to this marriage. Y'all don't have children? Satan's coming. So Satan is always busy doing work. It's our job to recognize that. It's your job to recognize that he's lurking. He's waiting to take you captive. My good brother said this. He says Satan is perfect. That means he know exactly what you want. And he know how to give you crumbs. Listen to what I'm saying. He know how to give you crumbs. Just taste the appetite. Here's a crumb here, crumb here, crumb here, crumb here. Then you look a year later, you done made a whole cookie. And now it's not a crumb that you could just brush off. It's a cookie that you can't stop the temptation. I hope you understand the parable. Then you eat the cookie. The eating the cookie is the crumb done built up to a cookie, and that's the sin. Now Satan got him. He can't resist this one. I just had to build it up for him, just like Job. All of this, he had to go through all of that. He had to withstand all his friends talking all that. And then he finally said something to the Most High. But look what he withstood. Mm-hmm. Then Most High got him here. Hold on now. You was doing good. Who you forgot? Who makes the water come and doesn't pass the land, the sand? Where were you when I created the foundations? You had to check Job. Slow down. But look what he withstood. So all of us have a breaking point. You got to be weary of this thing.
That's right.
Because we read the scripture, Genesis 4:7 is eager to control you. You must subdue this thing. You must subdue. Let's get a little bit more from this video, and then we're gonna get into the question Q&A. Get a little bit more. Go back a couple seconds.
Wants to do it the most, or at least talk about meeting it halfway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if I'm at 7 days and you're at every other day, I would say, sweetheart, well, how's every 3 or 4 days? But these big gaps between you want to do it once a month and you want to do it it's killing people's marriages because they haven't submitted to not deprive each other.
Yeah, heavy that is. That's destroying relationships.
That's right.
But the problem is the reason it's destroying the relationship is because you're not even willing to have the conversation. You're afraid of hurting your wife's feelings. You're afraid of what your husband might say. So you got to be willing to have that conversation. Because what happens is you won't have the conversation, but you'll go out and make a mistake. Right? Think about it.
When we say it's not a duty, this is what I got to do. This is what we get to do. You got to come to the place where you enjoy.
But I don't
this
get it, babe. Because listen, if you said, okay, how often do you want to eat chocolate cake? Let's say chocolate cake is like the best dessert. Just pick
bad for you. Yeah,
chocolate
cool.
cake,
Yeah.
apple pie,
Whatever
whatever. How often do you want to eat that?
I want to eat it 3 times a day.
I do. I mean, like,
Breakfast,
seriously,
lunch, and dinner.
seriously.
It's great.
So
It's
I
wonderful.
don't get the correlation between
Well,
you,
people are having bad sex.
the
They don't know.
greatest pleasure known to mankind, the greatest physical pleasure
Yes.
known to man. There are industries
Yes.
and billions
Billions
of dollars
of
being
people
made on the
exploiting
greatest
this
pleasure.
This pleasure.
A lot of evil being done. for
Y'all, please
this.
help us out because we don't understand. Please put it in the
Why
comments. We
would
don't understand.
you
We're
want,
trying.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Why would you want?
And I'm challenging myself as well,
Yeah.
because look, I mean, why
Yeah,
don't we
we're
want to do it
tired.
3 times a day? You know what I mean? Like, we eat
Well,
3
we
times a
just
day.
finished the 7-day sex
We did.
explosion.
We don't got to get into all of what they got going on, right? But it's a question that this is a video you could watch on your own.
Yeah.
Because I could see Will spinning, I could see the chat going, and they're intrigued on conversations like this because a lot of marriages are in shambles because of this. So again, the reason we're doing this class is to spark that conversation on, yo, babe, we got to talk about something. How are we gonna fix this? What's going on here? Why aren't we were once like this and we're not like that anymore? Why? And the brother made a good point. Life be happening. I'm working. The children be overstimulated. You know, whatever the case may be. And 2 weeks, 3 weeks done went by. But your other partner could be sexually deprived and is causing a shift in the marriage, right? In either way. So you got to be able to think about that, and we got to be able to have those conversations, right? So we'll yield with that. Let's get a few more precepts, and then we'll go to the line, man. We'll go to the conversation. Good. The brothers want to have those conversations. Let's start with Sirach 25:1, because that's the point.
So, Lakia, this is the book of Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus, chapter 25, starting with verse 1.
Let's get our 1 Peter 3:7. Read that out. Go ahead.
And it reads, "In 3 things I was beautified, and stood up beautiful in both, before God and men, the unity of brethren, the love of neighbors, a man and a wife that agree together."
That's the point. You want to get back on that page with your spouse to where you guys are able to be agreeable.
Yeah.
But here's the kicker. To be agreeable, you have to do what?
Gotta have a conversation.
You got to be willing to have a conversation. To agree or disagree on something, you have to be willing to have the conversation. And if you're not able to have the conversation, or the conversation goes left, don't get so upset about it. Let's go to counsel. Let's get the brothers on the line and let's fix this. Or let's wait and have the counsel a little bit. Let's have the conversation later when we cool down a little bit, getting heated. See, we got to understand each other in that way. Go ahead, Ak.
It's lucky I don't want to touch on that counsel point. There's a lot of pride involved with that as well.
Yep.
And people get that spirit of, I don't want brothers in my business. Why is there so many people on the call? Who's on the call? Why are they on the call? Instead of finding out that these are men that are taking time out of their day to do something that they love to do, and that's to help the people and help you through whatever situation you're going through. So it gets too prideful. People are so concerned with who's listening, the image of, that they may carry, that they don't want tarnished based on whatever information gets brought out. That's not what counsel is about. Sis, that's not what counsel is about. Worried about who's on the call. That doesn't matter. You're already starting counsel in the wrong spirit when you're more concerned with that, opposed to I love my husband, or I love my wife, and we want to fix this under the laws of God, and we need counsel for that. So I think pride has a big thing to do with why people don't come to counsel.
Let's have that conversation real quick, me and you, real quick. You've had counsel before, right? And I want you to be honest. After the counsel, and after the situation was resolved, be honest. Have brothers or even myself brought that up, spoke on it, talked about it, mentioned it anymore?
No.
That's not what we do. That's not what we're here for.
No. Now, Salakia, if you're repeating things that you, I mean, this is me personally. I would know better, but it depends on how you approach counsel. It's like, are you taking notes? Does it matter that much? Are you following up with the men that counsel you to keep you honest? You know what I mean? So I mean, if you keep repeating the things that you were counseled against, why did you go in the first place? You know, like, what was your real intention? Was it just to prove that my wife is wrong and I want to prove that? Is that why you went to counsel? Sis, did you want to go to counsel to prove that your husband found something that he doesn't like in me, so now lawfully he can get another wife? Did you want to prove that he's wrong about that? Is it financial issues? He doesn't want to work anymore, or she does? It's gotta be honest. You gotta be honest, and you gotta swallow your pride and go with a clean slate and an open heart and open mind. It's not gonna work, and you're gonna start wasting brothers' time. How you?
That's a fact. Even I could say this. I could speak for the captains. We don't even be bringing them up. Like, after it happens, if it's a crazy one, we probably talk about it with a day or two. But after it's over, that's done. Next, how else can we be at service? It's because it's not about none of that. People, I'm glad you brought that up, because people get caught up in that pride, like the brother's gonna be talking about me, or I don't want brothers in my business. But then when you finally do get us in your business, I use this analogy all the time. It's like you hand us this boiling pot. The water is boiling over to the handles, and you're like, here, fix it. And we're like, yo, we only got a few hours, but you trying to fix things from 5-6 months ago, and issues have continued to pile up. It's hard to deal with that. So we can only focus on one thing. Women say this too. Hold on. Women say, y'all gonna be biased to the men. No, we're not. We're gonna rebuke your husband right in front of you. Matter of fact, he's held to a higher standard, especially if he in this camp. It's no, and you don't think we're gonna talk to him after this? You think it's just we're gonna talk to him with you? No, we're gonna call you out. Why the hell you got me on this council like this? What are you doing? These just the conversations we're having with them, because it doesn't matter. We need brothers and sisters to be right about these laws, statutes, and commandments.
That's right.
Or we're just in the Christian church. We have to be doing this thing. I say this all the time. We say we are the people. That means we got to be held to that standard. There is no standard for a Christian. They don't follow no laws. What's their standard? What's the standard? But we are held to the highest standard. You say you're an Israelite from the tribe of Judah, or Gad, or wherever you say you from. God, Christ, the Messiah who people think died for the entire world, only died for your people. Do you understand what you're saying and how real that is? You gotta stand on that. You gotta stand on that with your actions. And that's what our counsels are about, is making people stand on those things for that with their actions. That's why we're doing classes like this, because we need people to take that marriage. Right? We got to remember that. Brother, got anything else?
Real quick, since if we was still in Sirach 25, I'm gonna read 25 and 21.
Bring it out.
It says, stumble not at the beauty of a woman, and desire her not for pleasure. Your desire, pleasure is going to come with it, as long as you're going about it rightly. And as long as you're in the right spirit, that's a given. But if you're only looking for a woman for pleasure, to lust over her just because she's beautiful or the way she look, I'm telling you, you're setting yourself up for failure. So it just is, just a precept to reiterate what we're saying, showing that we're not just talking out the side of our neck, but the Bible has an answer for everything. And this is why, again, you got to come to counsel if you got these problems, man.
Straight up. So let's take a few questions. Number scrolling at the bottom. If you have any questions that you personally want to talk about, remember we said keep it in general, right? You can call into the number. The number is scrolling slowly at the bottom. I'm trying to wait till it goes by. You can call in at 605. That's the start of the number. 605-472-5308. Then you press the access code 650-372# and just go on mute. We're able to see everybody on the call. If you have any questions, can anyone get counsel, or do we have to be in the camp? Anyone can get counsel. Anyone can get counsel. If it's a personal thing, we suggest that you send an email to what is it? SOT or SOT counsel now, right?
SOT counsel.
Right, SOTcounsel@gmail.com. If it's a very personal question, we ask that you send email there, right? If you want to get personal with the counsels. But if you just question general, we'll take those questions.
Salakia,
go ahead.
If you would like to remain anonymous for your question,
definitely
call into the call. We're not going to display your number on the YouTube. If you put your question in the chat, we're going to bring your question up. But if you choose to call in, you will remain anonymous. Make your questions a general question. If you're having a question about your marriage, your husband, we're going to ask you to send an email to sotcounsel@gmail.com, or we need permission from your husband to counsel you. So formulate your question as a general question if you have a question that needs to be answered.
The email is scrolling at the bottom for the counsel. We'll put the number back in a second, but the email for personal counsel is scrolling at the bottom. All right. While that scrolls, we'll let that scroll one more time, and then we'll put the number back. All right, so y'all should have that. And then let me get the one with the number. SOT counsel, COUNSEL@gmail.com.
There's a difference between counsel and counsel.
Yes.
Sound similar, but two different things.
All right, so there was some questions in the chat. I'm gonna answer these first. I hear this all the time, especially Christianity. So is oral sex lawful? Yes. There's no commandment that says thou shalt not. Israelite culture, we live on thou shalt and thou shalt not. And if there is no law, there is no sin. However, there is also camp rules. That's right. So not meaning we add to the law, but there's a rule in the camp that we're not allowing certain things because we understand where they go. So there's three things. There's a few things when you're dealing with camps, right? Or not camps, but you're dealing with brothers that teach the Bible, right, on the streets. But oral sex is not unlawful, no way, shape, or form. Just a question. It says every other day, that is, you might during the honeymoon phase, but after that, is it truly realistic long term? Nakash, I want you to answer that. I think you have the most tenured in marriage.
Salaki, if you're on a call, we need you to mute up.
I'm muted. I'm gonna mute everybody. When you call into the call, make sure you mute your phone. We're gonna say the first three numbers of your number, and that's how you're gonna know to speak. Right? We'll only say the first three numbers of your number. Go ahead, Al.
So every other day, that really depends on the couple. As life happens, women have children. As things happen, different type of foods could cause, different issues within men, to where your sexual habits, decrease. But like I said, it depends on the couple. It's not realistic if you 30 years in, 40 years in, y'all still getting it in, all praises. But it depends on the couple, and that's a conversation that has to happen. If your sexual appetite is 3 days a week or every other day or 5 days a week, hey, all praises. If y'all come to that understanding that that's what y'all gonna do, it's about communication and it's about having a healthy relationship. And that comes through, conversating about how y'all gonna handle your sexual appetite.
I'm gonna add to this. I'm gonna say most people I speak to, and it's worldly people, just at work, people are having conversations. I always ear hustle. The reason when women get into it is because they're either losing attraction or their husband has done this or they're emotionally unstable here. It's a lot of different reasons, but for the most part, most individuals want to be intimate with their spouse. So like the Ox said, the communication has to happen, and then you guys have to determine a realistic period for y'all, if y'all 20 years in, 30 years in, because you'll be surprised if you're like, you probably could say, well, my husband, he's good with me giving it to him once a week. But then you ask him, he's like, nah, babe, I really need, you know what I'm saying? I'm just catering I'm just doing it because you won't do it that many times, but I really want, you got to be willing to have that conversation and then submit what each other's needs. So it can be realistic, but like the brother said, not only do medicines change men, what men eat if they start to gain weight, but then also women, some of our not older women, but older than me, right? Go through menopause. You had a baby, the pleasure's not the same. Right, after the male child, you got to wait 40 days. After the child, you got to wait 80 days. So there is some periods where it does stop or slow down, obviously, but you want to try to find a realistic time to satisfy that appetite. Right, you want to try to do that. So I hope that answers your question. It's really up to the couples or the relationship. It was one more I started. This was an interesting one. It says, and she asked it, so I guess she wants an answer. She said, what if the wife or husband is not physically able? How should they go about that? There's other ways to make it happen and to get you to that point. But also, I would say this will take a further counsel on why not. Why is the person not able? Then from there, we can talk about ways to make it enabling. Right, what's enabling this couple or this individual from not being able to, go about intimacy? Because a lot of people know. Let me say this real quick, Aaron. A lot of people don't know, and this is not to encourage you to stop taking your blood pressure medicine or diabetic medications. But those medications, especially for Black men, Latino men, cause ED, erectile dysfunction. They cause that. Some of them. Right, that's one of the side effects. So, but guess what that's about? You need to get your health in order. Right, you got to get your health in order. You got to get on your cayenne peppers, your fruit juices, your beetroots, and all these different things that increase blood flow. Because we don't know we're taking a lot of these medications, but the side effects can also cause these things. And also women, women, you've taken birth control in your past or whatever the case may be. And some things have altered you in a way, or the menopause has kicked in and you're not as, where you used to be. Right. And that can alter the relationship. But to answer your question directly, we probably have to figure out, what's causing that. So that might be a deeper counsel for you, Christina. You can definitely call into the council, SOT council, and get a council set up for Sunday. It's usually at Sundays. We probably start at like 11. We get on Eastern Standard Time too. Don't get upset if we don't get to you right away. One council can take 30 minutes. Nah, never. We've never done a council in 30 minutes. Let me stop making that up. An hour and 30 minutes to 4 hours. One council. One. We can't be on the call all day. We got to get to our spouses and children. So you got to be patient with it. Sometimes we can knock out 2, 3, 4, 5, depending on how many. I'm making that up. We've never done 5 in a day. We can knock out 2 to 4 in a day. And some days like we did 1 and hold on, we got a host. No more. That was a lot. So you gotta be patient with us as y'all start sending those emails in. We're gonna get to y'all. Just be patient.
It's lucky.
On my kind.
With that as well, with her question as well,
Go
even
ahead.
when it comes to the man, our wives got to remember you control our appetite because it's mainly, it's usually the wife that's cooking the meals for the family. So you can help the health of your husband, by adding a better diet, but it's still a lot of it is still up to him as well, outside of the home. But you can help stimulate that process, by giving him things that will help in those areas.
Yeah, excellent point. All right, sister, read this, Danielle.
Kind of one. I just want to clarify. I'm not saying multiples wives is unlawful, but Genesis 2:24 says the man will become one with his wife, not wives. So I'm just a bit confused.
The point of being one with your wife is you and her are together. So if you're in a polygamous relationship, the two women aren't together. So he's one with you and one with her. It's not y'all are all dating each other. So it's a multiple of So he's one with you and he's one with her. Just like Jacob was one with Rachel and one with Leah. They're not all together. Right? Same thing with Moses, the same thing with David with his wives. It's another brother in Chronicles said he had 15 wives and was mighty.
Gideon.
Right, Gideon. Right. So it's not about the one as in only one, because we see that later on down the road. And even with Sarah, even with Abraham, right, the father of faith, they call him, right? He was able to get a concubine. He was with the concubine, which is just a lesser wife. Right? Still, that's concubine is still a wife. She's just a lesser wife. And his wife, right, Sarah. So that's how we would explain that. So.
And Salakia, just two precepts for the sister. One brother give me John 17:21, and another one give me Acts 4:32.
That's a good question, sis. That is a good question.
It's the book of John, chapter 17. You said verse 21.
John.
That they all may be one, as thou, Father, art in me, and I in thee, that they also may be one in us.
So you see, there are multiple people involved, but just to show that it's being one is being of the same mind, being the same spirit, being on the same page, locked in on the mission, on the goal, right? And we're going to see, we're going to get further elaboration of that in Acts. Go ahead, continue.
Continue reading. Somebody.
Oh, Salakia, I don't want to drop.
I'll read it. It says that the world may believe that thou hast sent me. So just showing that, listen, maintaining that the same image and mission, we're all on the same page, one accord. Period. Give me that in Acts 4:32, and it's going to double down and help give the sense.
It's the book of Acts, chapter 4 and verse 32. And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul. Neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things in common.
So you see that? That's the same thing as we read about in Ephesians. They are of one heart, of one mind, not seeking their own, but seeking the communion of that relationship. So that's what it means, sister, to be one, not necessarily I'm physically only tethered to you, et cetera, but just being on the same page.
Point. She says, also, according to the scriptures, the multiple wives was mentioned in Exodus 21, 8-11, but the context is slave wives. So these multiple wives David had, etc., were Israelites. I think some of them were.
Yeah.
I think definitely some of them were. Because there is no law against having multiple Israelite wives. There isn't a law against that either. Right. Now we said this already though. We ain't just promoting that like it's just something that every man should do. That's not the case either. Obviously, we understand how challenging it can be in today's society. So we're not just pushing every man to have another wife, but we understand that that was something that our forefathers did, and some brothers still do, right? And we understand that we don't say it's a sin, but SOT would be a little bit more on the cautious side. Like we're not. You need to come to council to be trying to pursue that, because we need to be informed of this, or you're going to create headaches for you and you're going to create more headaches for us. So why do that? Right. She says, so I'm guessing what's your point? That are you saying that an Israelite man can't have two Israelite women? Is that your point? Because it says David had wives and concubines. Get that scripture. Okay. 2 Samuel 5:13.
It's the book of 2 Samuel, chapter 5, and verse 13. And David took him more concubines and wives out of Jerusalem after he was come from Hebron, and there was yet sons and daughters born to David.
Read it again. What did he do?
It's the book of 2 Samuel, chapter 5, and verse 13. And David took him more concubines and wives out of Jerusalem.
He took him concubines and wives out of Jerusalem. So he took wives and he took concubines. All right.
And matter of fact, also to double down, I think if we go to 2 Samuel 12 and 8, yeah.
It's the book of 2 Samuel, chapter 12, now at verse 8. And I gave thee thy master's house and thy master's wives unto thy bosom, and gave thee the house of Israel and of Judah. And if that had been too little, I would moreover have given unto thee such and such things.
So you see, the Lord granted David all of the multiple wives. The Lord gave David the wives, and he said, and if that wasn't enough, just ask, and I would have given you even more. So we know it's not unlawful, but like brother said, hey, what? All things that are lawful are not expedient, especially in today's day and age.
So look, even says, I think it says, and I didn't even want to harp on this point because I think this is to understand. But it says 7 of David's 8 wives were Israelites. That's just a Google search. And then it gives me all the mothers' names. You know he would have had 2, Michal and probably Bathsheba. It was definitely Saul's daughter was Israelite, and Bathsheba, I believe, Israelite. So, good question. Good question for understanding. A lot of people probably have that question. We don't shy away from it. This is a good question. Jasmine says, what if you've been separated for over a year and he has moved on? We have to have that conversation. That's the counsel that we need to talk to both of you. Because what was the separation agreements? Why? And what have y'all been doing now? A lot of people ask these questions just to get away from their husband, and a lot of men ask this question just to get away from their wives. So we don't like to. I can't give a definitive answer on that. We would need further evidence or reasoning on what happened. So I would definitely send an email for that, sis. We don't like to, because I could easily say this is what we try to stay away from. Y'all been separated for a year? Leave them then. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I can't give you that counsel. I don't know. I need to speak to your husband. We got to figure this thing out, sis. You know, people are not saying you, but in general, through counsel experience, people have alternative motives. So it could be he moved on, but in all reality, the woman might have moved on, or the brother could say, well, she moved on, and in all reality, he could have moved on. Yep. So we got that. That is a counsel we have to discuss.
All subjective.
Oh, there we go, right there. Arkansas State, send an email. And while you're doing that, ask if he would consider to come on, even if he's not of the faith. Like, we don't just counsel brothers that's in the truth, or marriages that's in the truth. Sometimes it's one brother in the truth and one brother's not in the truth. We've had a sister in the truth and brother's a Muslim. It doesn't matter. Like, because at the end of the day, we're gonna find out if they believe in the Bible or not. It's gonna be figure out. Do you believe what it says or no? She says, my question was, we know Israelite men can put away a non-Israelite wife if she doesn't please him. What if a sister does not please him, even if she submits? No. You can't just put your wife for any cause. That's what the Pharisees. Like, you can put your wife away because you didn't like her cooking, or you didn't like that she gained a few pounds, or vice versa. No, you can't just can't put your spouse away for just any reason. Can't do that.
Right.
The Most High hates the putting away.
That's right.
So we avoid divorce. We actually don't even teach divorce. Like, we're gonna try to figure a way to make the two individuals figure it out. Like, where is the friction? Once we find where the friction is through questioning and responses, we're gonna try to heal that thing to the Most High. All right, that's gonna be the point, not the divorce. We'll rarely see SOT like, yeah, you two divorce each other.
Yeah,
I hate the putting away. No.
And unfortunately, people come looking for an excuse to get divorced. And 10 times out of 10, we're going to discourage that.
Are we not on? That's right. We are not in the business of divorce. We will try to reconcile marriage because it is honorable. Right? It says, for the Lord, the God of Israel, said that he hateth putting away. Right? So you won't get caught in that. I don't see nobody called in. There's somebody on the line. There is somebody on the line. All right. You want to let's see if we can hear him. 832. Can you hear us? Say something. 832. I'm on mute. They can't hear me, Salaki. They probably have to listen. 832. Can you hear me? Number starting with 832. I can keep talking, but I can't hear him. Can you hear him, Nakawasha?
I can't hear him either.
I can hear you though on my phone. All right, turn yours up. I hear him. You got to turn your what we was doing earlier. Yes, sir. There we go. Turn up a little bit more, or he got to talk closer to the phone.
Hold on 1 second.
Hello, can you hear me?
There we can hear you.
Can you hear him, Nakawasha? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can y'all hear him? Go ahead, brother.
Turn yours up. I hear him.
But you got to mute the YouTube in your background.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Will do. Yes, sir. I just paused it. Is that okay? I paused the video.
Yep.
That's good.
Hello?
Come, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, King.
Okay. Nah, so my question was as it pertains to what you brothers were talking about today. Um Man, cause it was so much that you brothers had unpacked. I just started thinking about, you know, now I want to pronounce his brother's name correctly, Brother Yaquab. I'm sorry, my apologies, Captain Yaquab. Um, he had mentioned courting, right? And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because, you know, we brothers, right? You know what I'm saying? Like y'all my brothers. You know, I love y'all. Y'all SOT. I love y'all. I love what y'all doing. I stand behind everything that what y'all doing. And I pray for you brothers a lot and for your sisters as well. Um, and so it's like when I very first came into the truth, um, when I very first like started learning, not let me say this, when I very first started learning about the truth, you know, things like things that I thought that was good weren't, and I started to look at myself. It started to not look at no, let me scratch that. I started to look at things differently. Reason why I'm bringing that up is because, you know, I plan on being a husband one day. I plan on being a husband. You know, that's the goal. That's one of my goals. But at the same time, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't know how to talk to a sister, man. Like, I don't know how to, because my thing is, like, a sister got to be in the truth, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. And I don't want to be a hypocrite. I do not. That's the last thing I want to do is be a hypocrite. So, how do I, like, you know, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, how do I shift my thoughts? Because I know that I can be romantic, but I know that I don't know. Like, I ain't trying to waste no time, Captain Yaquab, to the, you know. So yeah, that's my question.
Is his question
There we go.
he doesn't know how to talk to women? Is that what he's asking?
No sir, no sir, no sir, no sir, no sir. So it's not like I'm speaking. I'm speaking like in general. Like how to, like for example, like you brothers, y'all have marriages, right? Y'all have marriages and stuff like honorable marriage, honorable marriages. Um, and I one day want to be a husband. And so what I'm saying is that, like, how do you go about it, man? Like, how do you talk to a sister, man? Like, cause that's where I lack it. I don't know how to talk to a sister. I don't know how to,
So I would say, that's kind of confidence. So you got to build up first your confidence in approaching a sister, right? You would definitely want to build up your confidence in approaching the sister, and then you want to you don't want to be fake, but you want to keep it real, and you want to kind of be smooth. You gotta and be yourself. All right? You want to how you
But
doing?
that's what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, go. Nah, Captain, go ahead. But see the thing, see the we brothers, you know what I mean? SOT, and so like one thing I do know about myself is that I will get and this just me speaking to y'all speaking because you know what I'm saying we're gonna keep it a stack. I get detached. I get detached once I realize like when once I realize that her vision isn't my vision. I believe. Now, mind you, this is just the talking stage. Like this is just getting to know one another. This is not even us being intimate. I don't do that. Like I don't do that. Like if how she view things is not how I view it, I leave. And I don't want to.
I would say that's a fast move, because y'all don't know each other and y'all come from different backgrounds. So that's what even Christ said, let patience possess your soul. She has to learn your views, and you have to learn why her views are the way they are. And then y'all can meet somewhere in the middle, or you guide her the proper way to how to learn your views or the right way to view it. But that takes time.
It's a lot.
But here's the thing, though, Cap. Here's the thing. Okay. If okay, goodness gracious. Okay, okay, I'll give you an example. So me and the sister was talking, and like, you know what I'm saying, we still friends, but how she view things is Trinitarian, and I'm trying to get her to see my vision. I'm trying to I introduce her to, hey, you know what I'm saying, like, let's get on class, you know what I'm saying, like, let's actually try to, you know what I'm saying, like, if we're gonna actually build something, let's actually do something. Those are my exact words. We're gonna actually do this, like, let's actually do this stuff correctly in order. Okay, cool. So she was down. She was down, Captain. She was down. Okay, but she never got on class. Like, I sent her to YouTube. I think it was Sabbath class. It was Sabbath class, Cap. You know, and so boom. I asked her once class had ended, she's like, I never got on. So I mean, like, that's where my detachment comes from, because it's like, okay, like, if we're trying to get to know one another, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to waste no time. You know, and it goes to what Captain I hope I'm pronouncing this brother's name correctly, because this was on SOT's Captain, you know, the video before Sabbath class, it's like with the general and Camp, thank you. Okay, so with the general and Captain, hope I'm pronouncing this brother's name correctly, Captain Asha Allah. He was referencing to the fact, like, and this was like months ago. I think it was like last year or something. He was referencing to the fact, like, he was like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, once you start talking to a girl, you know, I'm paraphrasing right now, but he was basically saying, like, you know, you gotta get it, and y'all actually have a connection and stuff like that. You know, start seeing if she wanna, you know, go down that road with you. You know what I'm saying? Start seeing if she wanna get on class and start learning about herself. You know, and so that's what I tried to do. And so my thing is, I love sisters. I love Israelite women. But one thing I'm not about to do is, respectfully, Captain, I'm not about to waste my time. Time is of the essence. I know that I want to be a husband.
We would never ask you to waste your time, but we would ask you to have patience, because marriage takes time. So you have to put the time into, hold on real quick, guys. You have to put the time into it, especially the courting stage, right? Especially when you're talking about you're dealing with somebody that's not in the truth, or someone that's a Trinitarian. That's going to take a little bit more time, because your views and values are going to be different, right? So when you're talking about her getting on class and her wanting to tap into the Israelite lifestyle, that's going to take a lot of time. That's going to take a lot of teaching. That's going to understanding, knowing the time when to teach, when not to teach. We're just having fun, right? So that's going to take a lot of time. Like, even the scripture says, right, that you shouldn't be unequally yoked. But at the same time, we're not fools. We know that there's not a lot of Israelite women. They're not just outside hanging, right?
Right. Right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hold on real quick. So if you found someone that you know that's tender to your eyes, and she's willing to listen to you, and even has the potential, even willing to change her beliefs, you got to be patient with that, and that's gonna take time. And guess what? Unfortunately, she might not change, and it might not. It might. Hold on. It might feel like a waste of time, but what you ultimately did was got an opportunity to teach your sister the scriptures, right, and give her the right way to live through the commandments and the faith. Now, whether she converts or not, that's of the Lord. No matter what you say, how great you break it down, that's going to be of the Lord. But hold on, before you respond, there's some other brothers that want to speak. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So like I was going to say, a lot of times, like we discussed earlier, that submission is correlated to trust. And if you actually start to really exemplify the tenets of the scriptures and really show what it is to be a true Israelite man, you will start to gain her trust in that you believe what you're saying and what you're saying is the right thing. Like I say, being the first Bible that some people ever see, you know what I mean? So when she actually starts to see the fruits of the spirit in you, she'll probably be more inclined to hear what you have to say about the scriptures, especially if you're combating years and years and years of a particular doctrine that the people that she loves, her grandmother, her dad, whoever the case is, told her this.
Yes, sir.
You're teaching her that, hey, everything that you've been told is not true. And, you know, it's like the saying goes, it's easy to fool people, but it's even harder to convince people that they've been fooled. You know what I mean?
Yes,
and in order to do that, they've got to trust you and your character. So that's a big part of it right there, brother. It's just molding yourself to be a true man of the Lord, that she can say, I know this brother, I can see his intention, and I trust that he is guiding me in the proper way. And so it doesn't have to, it doesn't have to cause a divide.
Okay, so but really quick, pronounce your name again. Is Captain this is Captain Yaquab?
That was Captain Aharon.
Or
first.
Okay, yes sir. Okay, Captain Aharon. Okay, so the thing of it is, Captain, is it goes back to what you just said though, Cap. Like, what, hypothetically speaking, what if she pull back? That's fear. That's fear because like, although, because I can humbly and adamantly admit I am not I'm not a captain. I'm not even a teacher yet. I'm still learning. I can humbly admit that I am still learning about myself. There are things about me that I'm still unpacking by myself. However, what I am offering is saying, hey babe, hey friend, like, you know, hey, like, it's a class this Friday. I haven't even introduced her to the class that I get on, because there was a point in time, Captain Aharon, when I myself used to get on Friday class with the general. That was it. No, wait. It was It was a point in time where I used to just get on Friday Sabbath class. But now that I've taken it further for myself, now I'm getting on Bar4Bar. Now I'm getting on Tuesday class. Now I'm getting on Calling for the Nation. Now I'm getting on Captain. It's a brother's name, and it's a brother in SOT. He lives in Chicago. I can't pronounce. Yes, sir. Him. Captain. There was a point in time I didn't even get on those classes. Now I'm getting on those classes daily. I am willingly like started opening and trusting in the process and making sure that I am more knowledgeable. So when I do have a sister that's willing and that's open minded and that's ready to learn and become brand new and to and to get rid of that whole woman, you know, and actually willing to change, it could be smooth. Now, I'm not saying the rest of our life is going to be smooth sailing. I'm just saying, like, you know, at least now she knows, at least she's willing to change for me, you know what I'm saying? Because we are going to be, you know, together forever.
That's number one. You got that wrong. She got to be willing to change for the Lord.
The Lord.
She can't change for you.
That's right.
If she changed for you, it'll only be for a season. She has to be able to change for the Lord. Give me Sirach 6 and 7. Watch this. You know this scripture too. Give me Sirach 6 and 7. You know this scripture. I know you. If you watching all the class, I know you know this scripture.
Yes, sir.
Give me read Sirach 6 and 7 for the people. Bring it out.
Count out of one.
Let him read it out. Let him read it. What? Bring it out. Read that scripture for me. The caller. Read that scripture.
What? Are you talking to me, Cap?
Con, read Sirach 6 and 7.
Hold on. Let me type it in real quick. Cap.
Con, bring it out. Right. A lot of times we get that misconstrued. We're trying to change the individual for me. No. She has to change for the Lord. Because if she just changed for you, that's only going to be for a season. You want her to have as much or even more conviction as you.
Yes, sir.
Right. So she got to be changing for that reason, because she truly believes in keeping the commandments and the faith in Christ. See, now a lot of people get caught up in this. I want you to hate Esau like me. And that's not no commandment to do all of that. You just need an individual that's going to keep some commandments and have faith. Everything else, the Lord will work out through her experience with this walk. That's the big drive. Sometimes you get caught up in this. You need to be hating Esau. Don't trust the people at your job. These other nations going to die. Slow down. That is new. That's how you teaching her. I know that's how you teaching her. Esau gonna die. Hey, we're gonna be bashing their babies against the stones. Hold on. That is deep. They going into slavery. You see what they did to us? We gotta hold on. Wait, brother. Oh, she needs to know how to do the Sabbath properly. The Lord ain't command her to know all that yet. That will come in experience. That will come.
Yeah, I got you.
Did you know the Lord told us?
You want me to?
Hold on, babe. Did you know the Lord told us we got to keep the Sabbath? The Sabbath is actually on Saturday. Let's try to do that together this week, babe, when we're free. Let's try to keep the Sabbath together. Babe, you know the commandments, you can't eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. I don't really want us eating that. Can we stop that? Let's clean up our diet a little bit. You still could be smooth with pushing the commandments to somebody that don't know. Because you already got her at this. How you talking, you already got her. So you just got to do some convincing now and show her, look, the Bible does say that, and he knows what he's talking about. But babe, my pastor at church said Acts 10, Cornelius, the vision, and then you go and you cut that. But you know how to cut it. A lot of times we giving the newcomer in the truth meat. No, basics. Right. They don't even know the 10 commandments. You understand? They don't even think about that. They've been to church their entire life but don't know the 10 commandments. So you might be giving this individual, this woman, too much meat. She need milk, and maybe not for too long, because in the church they only get 4 or 5 scriptures. Stop. They only get 2, 1 or 3 scriptures. So we giving them precept. Slow down. You already got it. This ain't camp where it got to be fast, and this ain't like they're gonna run. You already got this individual, so you could, hey baby, let's study this for a little bit, 30, 45 minutes, and then we go and have fun. Right, and you want to spoon feed it to her. You want to, if she gets it fast, all praises. But it sounds like she's not really. You got to take your time with it, Doc. You don't got to rush. But read the scripture for me.
It says, seek not to be judged.
Sirach 6 and 7. Sirach 6 and 7.
Yeah, Ecclesiastes. Okay.
Yeah, just type in Sirach 6 verse 7.
Okay. Oh, I put in 76. I'm sorry.
No, you good. Take your
Okay,
time.
yeah, here it is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sirach 6 verse 7.
Okay, so it says 6 and 7. If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him.
So if we use this for courting phases, right? If you were to get a friend, right, you got to prove this individual first. So in a courting phase, we say this phrase all the time. You got to prove a friend. You must prove a friend. You must prove a friend. So right now, y'all are in the friend courting stage. Sound like you got to be proving this individual, and don't think it's a waste of time if it doesn't go right. That's why you're proving them.
That's a risk, though, Cap. That's a risk, right? Don't you think? That's
the risk I went through. Every brother got to go through that risk. Matter of fact, that's the best risk. Watch this. That's the best risk to take, because you might sleep with this woman and she might never change. Now you're stuck. So you
also
listen to me. It's better to waste. It's not even wasting time, because you ultimately you getting to know a person and maybe she may not be for you, but it's better to waste that time than to get in something that's committed, and now you on counsels, it's not going right, and now you on the verge of divorce and headaches, and it's getting ugly. So it's better to take this time out to get to know this individual. And guess what? You a man. If she ain't for you and you realizing, hey, she's not changing, my sis, you a beautiful individual and you a great person, but what I got going on and what you got going on, we're on two different pages. We're unequally yoked, and the scripture said we're unequally yoked. It's best for us not to be together, and that's fine. On to the right, but you gotta be patient with that teaching process. Give me this scripture. What is it? Stay in Sirach, go to 4. Even in the courting stages, we do this. I think it's 4 in the last verse.
See the last verse. So what verse? I mean, I'm sorry. What chapter again?
Read Sirach 4 and verse 30.
Sirach 4, verse 30. Okay, it says, be not as a lion in thy house, nor frantic among thy servants.
You know what that means?
No, sir.
So you to not be a lion, to be a lion in your house is you always roaring and not like you doing too much. You can't like you're trying to beat her in the head with the verses. You gotta know how to be patient. You understand it, but a lot of this is new information to people. And to hear that the white man is the devil and they're going into slavery and you're going to destroy their children because you hate them so much, that's a lot.
But Kevin, I have a okay, Kevin, for example, okay, right? So this was during the time of when the SOT brothers and sisters were when y'all were on Clubhouse, right? And so the general, you know, he was talking about history, you know, and the books and stuff like that. So I have a book right now that I'm getting ready to finish reading. It's called Who is Esau, right? And so if you just this is just you know, me personally, just my humble opinion, this is just common knowledge. If in the Bible it talks about Esau, where Esau comes from, man, you know, and God's hatred towards Esau, and I have a book called Who is Esau? Then I mean, like, and you sitting there getting mad at me because I'm telling you what the Bible is saying, and then I have a reference book to confirm what I'm actually saying. You can't necessarily get mad at me because what I'm saying is like it might be new information to you, but you know, like I don't know, Cap. Like
I understand what you're saying, but think about this. Before you came into the knowledge of the truth, did you ever hear of Esau in the Bible?
No, sir.
So so it's milk to you, but that is actually a deep conversation. And to add on top of it, you done read a book on who is Esau. Like, so you have extra knowledge that you trying to tell her. And she's like, yo, I don't what I'm telling you what you need to do. Even I'll give you an example with my wife. My wife is not deep into history. That's just not what I mean. Some women are, but most women they don't care about no history.
Yes, sir.
They're not too concerned about how Esau came about and the Dukes of Edom. They like, what are we doing? You gotta teach them
right.
the scriptures,
right?
And you gotta recognize in
yes,
yourself. Give me 2 Timothy 2:24.
2
Timothy 2:24.
You said that again, Cap?
2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 20.
Chapter 2, verse 12. Okay.
No, chapter 2, verse 24.
Oh, my apologies.
You good.
2 Timothy 2, verse 24. All right. So it says, and the servant of the Lord must not strive, but be gentle unto all men, apt to teach, patient.
So you gotta be gentle, you gotta be apt to teach it too. That means you gotta be able to take a complex idea or breakdown like Esau and make it so a baby can understand this, because that's what you're dealing with, a babe. She actually probably thinks she knows the scripture, but obviously we know Christianity, they don't know much scripture. So you got to be gentle with it. You got to be apt to do it. You got to be patient in the understanding. Read on.
Oh, okay. In meekness, instructing those that oppose themselves.
So you got to do it also, Salaki, you also got to do it in meekness, because she don't even know she's wrong.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
sir.
You got to be patient in the teaching. I'm gonna get you one more. Give me 1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 2. 1 Peter 2 and 2.
1 Peter chapter 2.
Yep, and verse 2.
Okay, and it says, as newborn babies, desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby. Okay, I get what this one's saying. What this one's saying.
Gotta give it milk. Keep it basic, man. Teach her the 10 commandments and the laws that follow, like the judgments of them. Teach them the dietary law. I mean, I'm pretty sure you've already done a lot of this, but you know what I'm saying? Keep it simple.
Sir. Yes,
grow her understanding, right? If the Lord grows it, if not, she may not be the one for you, and then you have to accept that, and that's okay. Everybody is not for everybody, all right? So that's okay, right? But don't feel like, I don't want you to feel like it's a waste of your time. That's the point of courting somebody. Sometimes it's successful, and other times it's not. That's the purpose of getting to know, right?
Yes, sir. Okay. Hey, the water to you, brothers, man. God bless y'all, man. I love y'all.
I love you too, man. You be good, man. Hey, come feast with us too, man. Come get to know some of your brothers, man. You know.
Yes, sir. So, so Cap. So this is to all you brothers, man. I live in Houston, Texas. I'm a recent graduate. I'm going back to school now, start learning how to do taxes myself. I got a degree in finance. I live in Houston, Texas, and so I'm gonna be honest, Cap. I never, as many times as people, you know, like my family been down there in Georgia, but I never got a chance to experience. So I one day, man, I cannot wait to meet you, brothers, man, because like I said, it's so many things that I want to talk to all of y'all about, man. Just about myself in general. Captain Aram, like, you know, I did my research about you had did it was a couple classes ago. You were talking to the brothers and sisters Bar4Bar about um series 7 series 7. And so yeah, so you know, I did my research on that. And this was just about, you know, certifications and stuff like that. And that was a direction that I wanted to go in as well. You know, it's about developing your skills, man, you know, and yeah, developing your skills and, you know, just getting better with the brothers, man.
Praises, Doc. So, man, keep in contact. Stay on the classes, Doc, man. We appreciate you being bold enough to call in, man, and much love to you, Doc, man. Hopefully
Always, Cap. Hey, go ahead, Cap.
I said, hopefully the sister get it, man, through the fear and power.
Always, Cap. Thank you.
On our praise. Shalom, man. On our praise, man. That was a good conversation, man. Good conversation. That's another thing. I think the elder did a class like that, man. You know, man, you be coming down with the hammer, man. You got to slow it down. You be trying to teach people how to hate. Hold on, man. That's not the point of this walk. That is not the point of this walk. The sole purpose is to keep the commandments in the faith. Whether you hate Esau or not, that is on them. That's not a commandment. Right? They got to learn how to keep these commandments properly, and then the Most High open their eyes. I hope everybody was edified, man. We definitely. I see they want us to Akim to do a class on courting. I seen somebody ask, how long should the courting phase be? I seen a sister ask that. It's probably buried in there, but I seen a sister ask that. We try to do between a year and a year and a half. You know, you want to kind of get to know this individual and for that representative to kind of go away, right? So you want to kind of get to know the person. If you even desire to court them, maybe 3 months, get to know them. Then you might start courting for a year and a half, right? And you doing different counsels in between, like you doing counsels, and then once you okay, this is the person I think I want to be with. You doing marital counsels, and you know, we're asking some of the in-depth questions that you might have forgot about, the financial questions, the children questions, the background question, who's your mother question, what do you think, all these questions, right? To try to help you all be successful before you guys consummate that marriage. Yeah. Right. So we prefer that you take your time, man. Prove a friend and be not the most important part is be not hasty to credit them. Because 9 times out of 10, you're crediting the representative, and that's not who they are all the time. It's in them, that's not who they are all the time. Right. So we'll end with that. Brothers, got anything else?
It was a good one.
Man, that was a good one. Yeah, if y'all don't know already, man, our dear beloved brother, 2-man warrior, man. Long live warrior, man. Always sons of thunder. You know what I'm saying? Our beloved brother, passed. He had his funeral last week. The general said he went out in good fashion. I wasn't able to make it, but you know, definitely gonna miss this brother, man. We're gonna miss the warrior, man. Great brother. I heard somebody say Salaki. Go ahead. Charlie, you said Salaki?
I don't want.
Well, we appreciate everybody tuning in, staying with us for 4 hours, man. We pray you was edified. I'm Captain Yaiqua. All right.
Captain Haran.
Captain of Cover Shop.
Officer Asharyala.
Soldier Daniela.
Hey, we are the sons of the Israelites. It is our heart's prayer and desire for Israel that they might be saved. Shalom.
Shalom, fam.
Y'all first, let the whole place rise. Friday night fire with the truth in our eyes. Sons of thunder, let the whole room know. We stand on the word and we move in the glow. We came through the week, now the camp stand strong. Built by the truth, let the weak stand on. This ain't for show, this a people with aim. Law in the heart, we stand in the name. Stand in the name. Let the whole room answer. Children of Israel, built through the pressure. Stand in the name. Let the whole camp speak. All pray, yeah, that's the power we keep. Stand in the name, let the whole earth hear it. Truth in the chest, let the Most High steer it. Stand in the name, let the whole thing ring. Friday night class, let the whole room sing. I learned the hard way, flesh can't lead right. That's why I keep the Most High in my sight. World teach pride, but the law teach measure. How to stay firm when the days bring pressure. Brothers in the room with the weak on they back. Still standing tall, still keeping intact. Still trying to lead with the truth in their chest. Still trying to build and correct what's left. And that's why this sound got weight in it. Not hype for a crowd, got faith in it. Not built on men, let the order stay clear. Honor in rank, but the throne stay there. Stand in the name, let the whole room answer. Children of Israel, built through the pressure. Stand in the name, let the whole camp speak. All praise, yeah, that's the power we keep. Stand in the name, let the whole earth hear it. Truth in the chest, let the Most High steer it. Stand in the name, let the whole thing ring. Friday night class, let the whole room sing. No throne for flesh, yeah. Y'all get the glory, yeah. Truth in the room. Now tell that story, hey. This for the elders that held that line. This for the young men learning in time. This for the sisters that walk with grace. This for the children that know their place. This for a nation remembering breath. This for dry bones that rise from death. This for the remnant that still stand firm. Still seeking wisdom and seeking to learn. So let the drums hit low and the whole room move. Let the words ring clear with a righteous groove. Sons of thunder, let the whole camp know. The Most High reign and the truth still go. Stand in the name, let the whole room answer. Children of Israel, built through the pressure. Stand in the name, let the whole camp speak. All praise, yeah, that's the power we keep. Stand in the name, let the whole earth hear it. Truth in the chest, let the Most High steer it. Stand in the name, let the whole thing ring. Friday night class, let the whole room sing. God first, truth next. Sons of thunder.